Sir Hassan, good morning. How are you? You are muted. Sir, you are muted. Professor Bhaumik, sir, good morning.
Good morning. This is Professor Rashid from Bangladesh.
Professor Hassan, how are you? Good morning.
Oh, fine. Thank you. How are you?
Fine, sir. Myself, Pranam Dhar.
Yeah, I know that. This is myself, Professor Dr. Rashid Hassan.
Okay, sir.
We talked to this morning. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank
How
you
are
so
you?
much. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, still morning in India right now?
Yes. It is not morning, but at 12. This is 12:05.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
It is now about 2:30 in Indonesia, Malaysia, 2:30.
Okay, everyone, thank you for joining this webinar. We are still waiting for Dr. Sandip Podar to join us. Yeah, I already contact him by WhatsApp. Yeah, maybe he will join soon. So we still have much time to everyone to just greetings each other. Please go ahead. Good morning, good afternoon. Hello.
Very good afternoon.
এই স্পন্দন পত্র লেখা আছে।
Dr. Poddar, how are you? Dr. Poddar,
Yes, I am fine. I am very fine. How are you? Sir?
Fine, sir. Fine, very fine. Good afternoon.
Yes. Yeah. After a long time.
After a long time. And now,
Yes.
you are the general manager of Aditya Birla Group. Okay.
So for last 6 months, everything has been changed. Okay, so I left PepsiCo and yes, I'm heading on the cluster.
Great, great, great. You are ever-changing personality. Thank you.
No, no, thank you,
Very
thank you.
dynamic.
Thanks. And yes, I'm really, it's kind of pleasure to be meeting with you. And
Definitely.
I think for a couple of years, very closely associated with
Physically,
you.
we are
Yeah.
at distant places, but we are very close to our heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Loving
yes.
to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Dr. Venkatesh from Patna, India.
This is Professor Dr. Rashid from Exim Agriculture University, Bangladesh.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, yes, it's clearly
Okay.
visible, sir.
Thank you.
So welcome, Honorable VC sir, to this conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, VC sir. Rashidul
Good
sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Yes, sir. Fine.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Pranam, sir.
Good afternoon.
Ganesh, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sandip. How are you?
Fine.
It's good.
Yes. We just wait for everybody to join.
Yes, yeah, but already like that 38 right now is okay. Yeah, still, I think 15 more minutes to start this webinar.
বাবা জয়েন্ট অ্যাকাউন্ট 10 লাখ টাকা আমি আছে, আমাকে দিয়ে দিতে।
মুখে এগুলো কি?
দেখবে অ্যাকাউন্টটাও দেখে দিই।
Hmm. Hmm.
Good afternoon, Venkatesh sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
Good, good.
Our ABM Rashidul Hassan sir also here from Bangladesh.
Nice to see you.
Dr. Pranamdar also here. Dr. Yan Sen also here.
Yep, I'm here.
Madam Professor Gushwani Madam also here. She is the Vice Rector also Path Pitula University.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Sushanta Poddar already joined. Our next speaker panel. Sir, wait for 1-2 minutes, then we start.
Okay.
We change the landscape from the wall. I think it's very much the same for Indian feeling. Thanks.
बोलो गीता
Hmm?
खुला अनम्यूट मतलब खुला
Mijan, ready? So I can start now. Doctor already there.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon to all
Good
of you.
afternoon.
Thank you for joining in our.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. I just want to inform you that please mute yourself, and if any question, then unmute. Thank you. So we are here to celebrate our international means webinar on lifelong learning series on responsible consumption and production and industry revolution 4.0. We are here for 4 countries: Lincoln University College, Malaysia; University Bengkulu, Indonesia; Exim Bank Agricultural University, one of the CSR University of Bangladesh; Amity University, Patna. So we are thanking for all of you to join together, and it's in support of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 12, Goal of the Month, August 2020. This is the responsible consumption and production. So we are from 4 countries, and I welcome our president, Lincoln University College president. He is traveling just now, but he is online. Professor Dr. Omia Bhomik, president of Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He is one founder, vice chancellor of Lincoln University College, and he is basically from educational background. From the age of 15 years, he is in education, from primary to now university vice chancellor. And he has traveled all over the globe, actually when he was research fellow of UNESCO, and also he is traveled extensively in Europe, Africa, Asia, Latin America, and he has served as professor of business administration, University Lucknow, India, and also University Malaysia, and many other countries. So, and I also welcome Professor Dr. T.R. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna. He is from finance background. He is currently founding Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Patna. And he has the vast experience of banking and financial sector. He has served as Director of ICFI Business School, Bangalore, and also serves as Director General of, Amity, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Kochi, and served as Amity Research Center headquartered in Bangalore. And also, you can see that he has also academic head of Amity University, Dubai, and had played an important role during his establishment of Amity University in other countries as well. Welcome, Dr. Professor T.R. Venkatesh, sir. I also welcome our another Vice Chancellor from Exim Bank University, Agriculture University, Bangladesh. He is also appointed as Honorable President of Government of People's Republic Bangladesh and Chancellor of University. He served as Treasurer of Northern University, Atisha Dipankar University of Science and Technology. He completed MCOM, BCom in Dhaka University and Doctor of Business Administration from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Welcome you, sir. Also, I would like to invite our other speakers. I will give the description later on. And Professor Pranam Dhar, Dr. Devesh Bhomik, all are here. And I also invite our another speaker from invited guest from Dr. Iyaz Sen, collaborative partner from University of Bengkulu. He is the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. So he is also adjunct professor, associate professor of New England, Australia, University of New England, Australia. So without wasting much time, I would like now to request, as it is 4 country and this August is 4 countries Independence Day or National Day celebration month. So in respect of that, we would like to play our national anthems one by one. I would like to request our IT team to please play, and everybody is requested to stand up or off their video in respect of the national anthem. Thank you, sir. Please, Mr. Mijan, please play the national anthem of Bangladesh first, as their national day is on 14th August. So we play Bangladesh national anthem first. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
No, Bangladesh is 14th August now. 14th August now. Dr. Poddar.
Yes, sir.
Bangladesh Independence Day is December 16th. Okay.
National Day?
No national day is on this month. We have a mourning day. We lost our father of the nation on 15th of August. That is the day, nothing else. So please give an amendment. We don't have any national day of August over here. We have a mourning day for our honorable father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He was assassinated on 15th of August, which is a painful day for us. We don't have any national day. So, thank you.
So we play national anthem first.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, can I play?
Yes, please.
আমার সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে। আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। তোমা ফাগুনে তো রামের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে মনে হায় হায় রে ওমা ফাগুনে তো আমের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে ওমা তোর ভরা থেকে কি দেখেছি আমি, কি দেখেছি মধুর হাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। কি শোভা কি ছায়া গো, কি স্নেহ কি মায়া গো, কি আঁচল বিছায়েছ বটের মূলে নদী কূলে কূলে। মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো মরি হায় হায় রে মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো। মাতর বদন খানি মলিন হলে আমি নয়ন, ওমা আমি নয়ন জলে ভাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি।
Thank you. Now we will play India's national anthem, 15th August.
Jai Hey, Jai Hey. That would be Australia.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Now 17th August, Madam, I think 17th August, Indonesia National Day.
Yes.
So we will play Indonesian national song anthem. Thank you. Now 31st August is our coming Malaysia's Merdeka Day. Please play the Malaysian. Thank you, Mr. Mijan.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And thank you all the guests and participants to be present here. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Omia Bhumi to give the inaugural address. Sir.
Sir, I need to unmute, sir, please. Okay, sir. Now, okay, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to all of you, especially the University Vice Chancellors from 3 countries, Indonesia, India, and Bangladesh. I'm very pleased to be here, though I'm traveling. In fact, I'm inside the car, and you see it looks like Golden Gate Bridge background. But the theme of the international webinar is a very important theme, that United Nations
Sir, again unmute, sir.
United Nations, they have 17 SDG, and out of 17 SDG, the theme has been chosen, the SDG number 12. Now, the most important, the Sustainable Development Goal is throughout the world, we as educators, it is our responsibility to train our students to be responsible for how society can be united, how society can be developed, how society can have sustainable development. As we are the educators, our responsibility to create the students, to train the students to become an entrepreneur and job creators, not job seekers. So if we create entrepreneur and job creators, then the society will develop and society will have long-term sustainable growth. But if we train our students to become only job seekers, looking for employment, that kind of graduates will not help to promote United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. That will not help the purpose of the university. That's most important. The purpose of university, purpose of educational institutions, that how we can create and impact the society. And to inform you, Lincoln University College has been ranked by Times Higher Education under the Impact Ranking 2020 SDG number 4 as 80. So as all over the world, each and every university should take up one goal of SDG under the United Nations, then the existence of or establishment of educational institution will have a meaningful. And I appreciate the organizers, especially the 3 countries university joined together, organizing this very important theme, SDG number 4, that consumption and production. And the consumption and production is very important because whatever we do, even in the educational sector, our educational curriculum, when we consume, when we produce our students, that consumption, the curriculum should be outcome-based education, The curriculum should be created, delivered, and implemented such way that students should go via the reflective learning, via the peer-based learning, so that they become an entrepreneur, they become a job creator. So I'm very pleased to participate in this particular theme of international webinar, which all of you have joined together. And I hope at the end, all of you, the researchers, it's just not simply a reading paper, it's just simply discussion, rather should take it by heart that how we can implement outcome-based education so that our students, our graduates, our stakeholders become entrepreneur and job creators so that they can create and impact how our society can be sustained forever. As we are educators, we all have a very particular goal. And our goal that before we leave this world, we should create an impact individually. We should create an impact via the organization. We should leave a mark in the society. So when we leave in the mark in the society, that becomes an asset. Bank assets, the bank balance, the house, the car, nothing will go with us. But what will go with us? That good deed. And good deed is a part of impact which we educators should take responsibility of this. So with this, let us work together how we can have sustainable development goal with peace, no more war, no more conflict throughout the world. Let's work together. Through these United Nations 17 SDG, we can have peace, harmony, and live together. There should not be any prejudice, any bias, any differences. We only have one identity, that we are human beings. We do not have differences. We are all brothers and sisters in this world. We have come for a few days, and let's leave a mark so that that mark will be part of sustainable development goal. So with this, I thank you all and look forward to meeting you sometimes again, that we have together, we have created a sustainable development goal. Thank you and God bless. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep.
Dr. Sandeep, you are still mute. Please unmute.
Sorry. Thank you, sir, for your nice briefing and introductory speech. I now would like to request Professor T.R. Venkatesh, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Patna, to share his talk on education, the fulcrum of sustainable growth. As our President just now told, that education is related with entrepreneurship and sustainable goal. Now, Sir, T.R. Venkatesh, sir, will give illustration on education, the fulcrum of sustainable growth. Sir, the stage is yours, sir. Sir, unmute yourself.
Sir, please unmute.
Sir, please unmute. Okay.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here in these 4 or 5 countries. I'm sure the audience will be in many other countries. The theme of this particular seminar, international webinar, what we call, as part of this lifelong learning series, has just begun. I'm happy to hear the 4 national anthems that were beautifully sung, and I'm sure it inspired all of us. is something, as your president mentioned, is a very important SDG 12, goal of the month, SDG 12 of United Nations. As part of that, there are 4 eminent speakers lined up here. My topic is how this SDG 12 to do with the sustainable growth, the fulcrum of sustainable growth. The education plays an important role. The Brundtland report, published in 1987 by the United Nations Commission on Environment, coined this term sustainable development and defined it as development that looks after the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. So what are the 4 components of this particular sustainable development? 1, social, that is the peace, equity, democracy. The second one is the economical, that is opportunity to work, opportunity to earn money, an opportunity to get education. And thirdly, the environmental component, which is more important. In fact, my presentation is going to be more on this environmental component, where conservation, preservation, and protection of our resources. What is responsible production and consumption and why it matters? A successful transition from irresponsible to responsible.
Excuse me, sir. Should you play this your slide, please?
My slides are visible?
Not yet.
Yeah. So a successful transition from irresponsible.
Sir, slide cannot see.
Just a minute. You're not able to see the slides?
Okay.
Wait.
Soon. Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yes, okay.
See now, sir.
Okay.
Sir, make full screen.
Yes, sure.
A successful transition from irresponsible to responsible will mean improvements in resource efficiency, resource allocation efficiency, consideration of the entire life cycle of the economic activities, active engagement in multilateral environmental agreements for a win-win situation for us and our future generations. Here the focus is on future generation. What we do today will have consequence on the future generations, impact on the future generation. What is worldwide consumption and production?
Sir,
the driving force of the global economies.
Sir, just make a
World,
control F5.
yes.
Control F5. Make
Control
F5. F5. Full screen F5. Control
Yes,
F5.
as it comes.
Yes. Just wait, sir. Hang. Yes, okay now. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. A successful transition from irresponsible to responsible will mean improvements in resource efficiency. How do we improve resource efficiency allocation? Resource allocation efficiencies. Consideration of the entire life cycle of economic activities. Active engagement in multilateral environmental agreements for a win-win situation for us and our future generations. Worldwide consumption and production, which is the driving force of the global economy, rests on the use of natural environment and resources in a way that continues to have destructive impacts on the planet. According to the latest projections, the global population could grow to around 8.5 billion in 2030, 9.7 billion in 2050. It is said it is around 7 billion today. So the equivalent of almost 3 planets could be required to provide the natural resources needed to sustain current lifestyles, including food, water, air, and our energy needs. If you look at the food, each year, an estimated 1/3 of all food produced, equivalent to 1.3 billion tons, worth around $1 trillion, ends up rotting in the bins of consumers and retailers, or spoiling due to poor transportation and harvesting practices. 38 billion children under the age of 5 were overweight or obese in 2019. While that is the other side of the coin, this side of the coin is hunger and undernutrition are the greatest threats to public health. Around 9 million people die every year of hunger and hunger-related diseases. This is more than from AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, all the 3 combined. 1 in 9 people go to bed. A child dies from hunger every 10 seconds on this planet. More than around 644,680 people died due to hunger this month alone worldwide. Globally, 822 million people suffer from undernourishment. The urban poor are highly vulnerable to rising food and energy prices. Even under normal price conditions, they often cannot produce or purchase enough food or energy for household use. 24% of the world population live in areas of food insecurity, 90% in areas of severe food insecurity. These numbers could very well go up as climate change will increasingly affect global food systems. Falling food production is a likely consequence of higher carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere, higher temperatures, and increased water scarcity. When you waste food, it is not just wasting food. You are wasting tons and tons of water too. According to an environmental think tank, inside the 1.3 billion tons of food wasted every year worldwide, it is 45 trillion gallons of water that is wasted. This represents a staggering 24% of all water used for agriculture. Just imagine. A pound of wheat flourage contains 12% water and 1,639 calories, whereas a pound of apples on average contains 81% water and 766 calories. Fruits and vegetables are the largest source of loss and waste and weight loss, in part because they contain more water than other foods. Meat production requires between 8 to 10 times more water than grain production. According to the UN World Water Development Report, the average supply of water per person will drop by 1/3 in the next 2 decades. So less than 3% of the world's water is fresh, which is drinkable, of which 2.5% is frozen in the Antarctica, Arctic, and glaciers. Humanity must therefore rely on just 0.5% for all of man's ecosystems and freshwater resources. Agriculture, including irrigation, livestock, and aquaculture, is by far the largest water consumer, accounting for 69% of annual water withdrawals globally, whereas industry, including power generation, accounts for 19% and households for 12%. More than 1 billion people still do not have access to fresh water. Over 2 billion people live in countries experiencing high water stress. If I take the example of India here, the interstate river water disputes are one of the most contentious issues in Indian federalism today. The recent cases of the Kaveri water dispute and the Sutlej-Yamuna link canal are some examples. Various interstate disputes tribunals have been constituted so far, but they had their own problems. Less than 3% of the world's water is fresh, which I mentioned in my previous presentation. Let's move on to energy and air pollution. Industrial revolution unlocked a whole new energy resource, fossil fuels. Fossil energy has been a fundamental driver of the technological, social, economic, and development progress which has followed. Fossil fuels, which include coal, oil, gas, have and continue to play a dominant role in global energy systems. And these are non-renewable energy sources and are limited and will get exhausted after a point of time. Other renewable sources like solar, wind, etc. are the future. Air pollution contributes to 9% of deaths globally. This varies from 2% to 15% by country. This ranges from a low of 2% across high-income countries, richer the country is, lesser is the pollution, to close to 15% across many countries in South and East Asia. Just as an example, if people worldwide simply switched off or switched to energy-efficient light bulbs, the world would save $120 billion annually. Here is a slide which shows the fossil fuel consumption per capita, per individual. And here you will see United States being the highest consumption of per capita consumption of fossil fuel, and India being at the bottom. What is our shared responsibility then? In this kind of a situation where water, fossil fuel, and kinds like that are dwindling by the day, what is our shared responsibility? You all know the Kyoto Protocol was adopted on December 11, 1997. Owing to a complex ratification process, it entered into force on 16 February 2005, which means it took 8 years for the implementation. Currently, there are 192 parties to the Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto Protocol, as you all know, operationalizes the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by committing industrialized countries to limit and reduce greenhouse gases emissions in accordance with agreed individual targets. Then came the Paris Climate Agreement, which is a landmark environmental accord that was adopted by nearly every nation in 2015 to address climate change and its negative impacts. The agreement includes commitments from all major emitting countries to limit their climate-altering pollution and to strengthen those commitments over time. The pact provides a pathway for developed nations to assist developing nations in their climate mitigation and adaptation efforts, and it creates a framework for the transparent monitoring, reporting, and recharting up of countries' individual and collective climate goals. Here, the developed world argues cuts should be based in the long term, at least, on current CHG emissions. This means heavily polluting countries like China and India will have to make stringent CHG cuts. Whereas the developing countries have a very different viewpoint. Developing countries say climate change results from the cumulative buildup of CHGs in the atmosphere over time, rather than from emissions in any 1 year or emissions in 1 day today. So developing countries argue it should be the developed world that makes the biggest greenhouse gases cut. It has been said that the relative contribution of developed countries as a group at 60 to 80% of the total warming the Earth has experienced so far, whereas developing countries has contributed just about 20 to 30%. Let's look at some positive effects of COVID-19 pandemic. I'm talking about positive effects. Inevitably, the COVID pandemic has severely affected our health and well-being. There is no doubt there. This worldwide disruption due to COVID-19 has resulted in numerous impacts on the environment and the climate. Due to the coronavirus outbreak's impact on travel and industry, many regions and the planet experienced a drop in air pollution. As per a study published in May 2020, it found that the daily global carbon emissions during the lockdown measures in early April fell by 17% and could lead to an annual carbon emissions decline of 7%, which would be the biggest since World War II, according to the researchers. Continuing with the same positive effects of COVID-19 pandemic, seismologists have reported that quarantine, lockdown, and other measures to mitigate COVID-19 have resulted in a mean global high-frequency seismic noise reduction of almost 50%, which is leading to reduced noise level that may allow for better monitoring and detection of natural seismic sources such as earthquakes and volcanic activity. Fish prices and demand for fish have decreased due to the pandemic, and fishing fleets around the world sit mostly idle, which is leading to marine ecosystem recovery, you see. According to the real-time water monitoring data of the Central Pollution Control Board of India, the average water quality of 27 of the Gangas seen in recent days. Hello? 27 points of the Ganga seen in recent days is suitable for and propagation of wildlife and fisheries. There is a wake-up call. We have to take action. We know that water is necessary, both for sustainable human development and for the healthy functioning of the planet's ecosystem. Today, droughts and floods are a common feature, and their coexistence poses a potent threat. Droughts and floods, which cannot be eradicated but must be managed. Transfer of the surplus monsoon water to areas of water deficit is a possibility still to be achieved. This could also help create additional irrigational potential, the generation of hydropower, as well as overcoming regional imbalances. There is another issue which we all know: stubble burning. Stubble burning kills the bacterial and fungal populations critical for a fertile soil. According to a report, 1 ton stubble burning leads to a loss of 5.5 kilograms of nitrogen, urea, which we use, 2.3 kilograms of phosphorus, 25 kilograms of potassium, and more than 1 kilogram of sulfur. All soil nutrients, besides organic carbon and needing more water because of the heat that is generated by stubble burning, we need more water. So this stubble burning, is it an urban-rural fight or just greed leading to pollution? We need to answer this. The world population of 7 billion people and limited natural resources, we as individuals and societies need to learn to live together sustainably. We need to educate and act responsibly as educational institutions based on the understanding that what we do today can have implications on the lives of our children, our people, and the planet in future. Education for sustainable development empowers people to change the way they think and work towards a sustainable future. According to current projections, the global population will reach 8 billion by 2024 and is likely to reach around 9 billion by 2042. Continuing that, the education is the key. Education plays a major role in supporting national development goals and meeting the needs and aspirations of a society. The aim of education should be need to balance and integrate several current issues. Education needs to respond to and accommodate issues. Thus, education needs to be central to personal, community, social, national, and global development, enabling all people, that is learners, to reach their potential and to care for and be responsible for their lives, families, friends, and neighbors near and far. So this also involves developing abilities to engage in productive and sustainable employment, contribute to social, cultural, community well-being, minimize the impacts of their lifestyle choices on the natural and others, and engage with others as informed and active citizens in local, national, and global contexts. Education helps societies to address different priorities and issues, inter alia water, energy, climate change, disaster, and risk reduction, loss of biodiversity, health risk, social vulnerability, and insecurity. Education contributes to creating resilient, healthy, and sustainable societies through a systemic and integrated approach. Education brings new relevance, quality, meaning, and purpose to education and training systems. Education involves formal, non-formal, and informal education contexts and all sectors of the society in a lifelong learning process. Education integrates knowledge, skills, values to promote informed citizenship. Environmental studies. In fact, I would be glad to say that we have at Amity University a paper called Environmental Study, which is compulsory for all students in our university. I would like to quote and end my presentation with this Mahatma Gandhi's quote. He said, "There is enough on earth for everybody's need, but not enough for everybody's greed. There is enough on earth for everybody's need, but not enough for everybody's greed." Thank you very much and wish this program a success.
Thank you, Prof, for your nice briefing. And you just relate with all SDG goals of UN SDG goals and related with the educations. Thank you, Prof. again. And I would now like to request our next speaker, Professor Dr. ABM Rashidul Hassan, sir, Vice Chancellor of Exim Bank Agriculture University, Bangladesh.
Thank you, Dr. Poddar, for
Yes, sir. The
inviting
stage
me.
is yours.
Yeah. Before addressing on the issue, I would like to share that this is a month where we have lost our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, along with his family members. So this is a mourning month. 15th August is the day, and our victory day is 16th December, and the Independence Day is 26th March. With these few words, I would like to welcome our Professor Dr. Omi Bhumik sir, the Honorable President Lincoln University College, Malaysia, for his inaugural address. I'd like to show my gratitude to Professor Dr. T.R. Venkatesh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amit University Partner, India, and Dr. Pranam Dhar, and also Dr. Yan Sen, and also Dr. Devesh Bhumik and Dr. Poddar. I'm just going to my presentation on this international webinar lifelong learning series on responsible consumption and production and industry revolution. Before going to industrial revolution, I would like to mention about Sustainable Development Goal 12, which calls for responsible consumption and production, essentially decoupling economic growth from unsustainable resources, use and emissions, and improving the management of hazardous substance and waste. My earlier speaker has mentioned about, certain points over here. I'm also mentioning. In particular, it calls for implementation of the 10-year framework of programs on sustainable consumption and production, which is called SCP, for efficient use of natural resources, for cutting food and other waste, for responsible management of chemicals, for sustainable public procurement, and for companies to adopt more sustainable practices. The SDG are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They address the global changes we face, including those related to poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, industrial revolution in modern history, the process of change from an agrarian and handicraft economy to one dominated by industry and machine manufacturing. Although used earlier by French writers, the term Industrial Revolution was first popularized by the English economic historian Arnold Toynbee in between 1852 and 1883. He was there to describe Britain's economic development from 1760 to 1840. Since Toynbee's time, the term has been more broadly applied. Actually, historians conventionally divide the industrial revolutions into two approximately consecutive periods. What is called the first industrial revolution lasted from the mid-18th century that we all know to about 1830 and was mostly confined to Britain, now United Kingdom. The second industrial revolution lasted from the mid-19th century until the early 20th century and took place in Britain, continental Europe, North America, and Japan. Later in the 20th century, the second industrial revolution spread to other parts of the world. Industry 4.0 is a term often used to describe the developing process in the management of manufacturing and chain production. Hence, it possesses considerable significance for industrial countries which largely depend on production. The term Industry 4 was first publicly introduced in 2011 as Industries 4 by a group of representatives from various fields, for example, business, politics, and the academic field, under the initiative to improve the German competitiveness of its manufacturing industry. So SDG 12 call for responsible consumption and production, essentially decoupling economic growth from unsustainable resource use and emissions, and improving the management of hazardous substances and waste. My Before, it was also highlighted by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amit University. In particular, it calls for implementation of the 10-year framework of program of sustainable consumption and production, which is known as SCP, for efficient use of natural resources, for cutting food and other waste, for responsible management of chemicals, for sustainable public procurement, and for companies to adopt more sustainable practices, which I mentioned earlier as well. Now I'm highlighting about natural resources management. Current trends and future prospects for global resource use and sustainable resource management, interaction between climate change mitigation and sustainable resource management, the socio-economic implications of transitioning to more resource efficient economy and societies, link between sustainable resource management, conflict, security and migration, consumption as the main driver of increased material use, how to act on opportunities and challenges for resilience as an objective of natural resource management in developing countries, bridging between natural resource management research, policy, and practical needs. Ladies and gentlemen, the main concept that I'm going to address is the phases of industrial revolution. First phase, end of 18th century, introduction of mechanical production using hydroelectric and steam powered equipment. Second phase, beginning of 20th century, introduction of mass production of specialized goods using electricity. Third phase, early 1970s. Fourth phase, today. We would like to say about the impact of industrial revolution. The industrial revolution marks a major turning point in history. Almost every aspect of daily life was influenced in some way. In particular, average income and population began to exhibit unprecedented sustained growth. Some economists say that the major effect of the Industrial Revolution was that the standard of living for the general population in the Western world began to increase consistently for the first time in history, although others have said that it did not begin to meaningfully improve until the late 19th and 20th century. GDP per capita was broadly stable before the Industrial Revolution and the emergence of the modern capitalist economy, while the Industrial Revolution began an era of per capita economic growth in capitalist economies. Economic historians are in agreement that the onset of the Industrial Revolution is the most important event in the history of humanity since the domestication of animals and plants. Although the structural change from agriculture to industry is widely associated with the Industrial Revolution, in the United Kingdom, it was already almost complete by 1760. We can see the Industrial Revolution history by going through the economic development part of UK. The precise start and end of the Industrial Revolution is still debated among historians, as is the pace of economic and social change. The Eric Hobsbawm held that the Industrial Revolution began in Britain in the 1780s and was not fully felt until the 1830s or 1840s, while T.S. Haston held that it occurred roughly between 1760 and 1830. And steps of Industrial Revolution, we can see it in the slide over here. And Industry 1, Industry 2, Industry 3, and then Industry 4. Industry 4 is interconnection of technology, mass connectivity, smart devices, computer in even the smallest device, real-time data today that we are seeing and we have mentioned. Elements or pillars of Industry 4. There are some elements of Industry 4. These are crucial for the successful integration of the Industry 4 in a country context. In this regard, the autonomous or self-governing rovers are identified as very significant part of the Industry 4. Long used to handling complex assignments, robots gives an ever more extensive scope of administration and are becoming more self-sufficient, adaptable, and agreeable. You see nowadays, the robotic surgeries are being done because of this industrialization that we can see in the developed country and Singapore and Malaysia and other countries like India. Companies are rarely connected with their suppliers and customers. Engineering design departments are seldom linked directly to production within its own organization, as mentioned by Abgor and Walsham in 2017. But with Industry 4, the entire organization will be interconnected and companies could be connected with one another. Therefore, vertical and horizontal system combination is required in the organization to get the benefits of Industry 4. This is being rightly spelled out by Avgaran and Walsam in 2017. At present, hardly any machines are filled with sensors and not interconnected. With the Internet of Things, an ever more networthy number of items will increase, and improved knowledge can be utilized to improve standard convention, as mentioned by Gilchrist in 2016. Network and correspondence conventions are becoming the standard. Shielding data frameworks and assembling lines from cybercrime danger is turning into a real issue. Sophisticated identity and machine access management systems will be used to provide secure, reliable communication through the use of the Industry 4, which was mentioned by Draft and Horse in 2014. The working procedures of Industry 4 require more information sharing across destinations and organizations, which the execution of cloud evidence advances will enhance reaction times by significant milliseconds. It was also mentioned. Although Industry 4 has been familiar and active in some Western countries, the term is not overly familiar among many organizational decision maker or key planners in various countries. It's really rightly spelled out, and we are come across when we do exchange our views with the implementers, I mean the managers, and we see sometime their reaction on those things. However, Industry 4 is very much important for the manufacturing dependent countries, which are economically growing first based on their production of different products and services. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go further on the fourth industrial revolution in Europe. In Germany, the term Industry 4 first appeared at the Hanover Messe in April 2011. Since then, it began to attract more and more attention after it officially became one of the 10 projects within the high-tech strategy 2020 action plan in March 2012. It aims to develop cutting-edge technologies for securing the future of the manufacturing industry. The final report of the Industry 4 working group was published in April 2013, providing the vision, integration features, priority area for actions, and example application for the fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the German technology is still now, it is being taken into consideration as one of the modern technology among the European countries, and even in countries like Bangladesh. In French, the first phase of La Nouvelle France Industrielle, a strategic review, was launched by the French president in September 2013, defining 34 sector-based initiatives as France's industrial policy priorities. And if you see in the United Kingdom, since December 2011, a 2-year project was proposed to provide a long-term and strategic picture about its manufacturing sector until 2050, namely the future of manufacturing. As it results, in October 2013, the final project report was published by the Foreign Program of the Government Office for Science. Then in April of 2016, a national innovation plan was started by the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to support and drive innovations. So they are also thriving, they are also giving stress on industrial revolution till today. And in Spain, the Industrial Connect Data 4 has been launched in July 2015 by the Spanish Ministry of Industry, Energy and Tourism, with the aim of promoting the digital transformation of Spanish industry throughout the joint and coordinated action of the public and private sector. And in Netherlands, a report on the meaning of smart industry was presented at the Hanover Messe in April 2014 that defines and explains the smart industry vision in the Dutch context. After that, in November 2014, its corresponding action agenda was devised by the Smart Industry Stream of the Dutch government in accordance with the 3 main action lines they have identified. One was the capitalization on existing knowledge, the other was acceleration in field lab and reinforcement of foundations. The fourth industrial revolution in Asia, we can see that in China, the concept of Made in China 2025 was initially proposed and recommended by the Chinese Academy of Engineering, which is known as CAE, at the beginning of 2014, then led by the Chinese Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Its corresponding strategy plan was constructed. Finally, in May 2015, it was officially approved by the Chinese State Council and became a national action program alongside the Internet Plus plan. It gives priorities to 10 fields in the manufacturing sector for accelerating informatization and industrialization in China. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese innovation that is going on for the industrialization is well known to us. And then side by side, we can talk about the Taiwan. Taiwan is also moving faster in industrial, as a part of industrial revolution. We can see their technology as well. The fourth industrial revolution in Asia is in South Korea. Manufacturing Innovation 3 was launched in June 2014 by South Korea Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy to keep up with the changes in modern manufacturing paradigms. It innovations to promote and realize the smartization of 10,000 factories throughout the integration of IT, software services, and new production methods, such as 3D printing by the year 2020. So we have seen what is going on in Korea as well. In Japan, the concept of the fourth industrial revolution can be traced back to July 2010 in the book written by Dr. Hiroshi. I refer these books to all of you. This book highlights the use of solar energy, electric cars, and smart grids in a more intelligent and integrated society that bridges more seamlessly the gap between consumer and production. However, until December 2015, the report on the fifth Science and Technology Basic Plan was finally published by the Council for Science, Technology and Innovation, which is known as CSTI, of the Japanese Cabinet Office, Council for Science, Technology and Innovation, identifying actions to create new value for the development of future industry and social transformation, namely the realization of world-leading super smart society. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about India. The initiative named Make in India was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in September 2014 and managed by the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, which is known as DIPP, to transform India into a global design and manufacturing hub. Different from other public policy, its main focus is to foster investment and to build best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure in its prioritized 25 sectors. And if you talk about Bangladesh, the turning from agricultural economy to the industrial economy was initiated by the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and it is being carried off nowadays by our Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. She's giving emphasis on turning the agrarian economy into industrial economy by taking into consideration also the ICT technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the industrial revolution in Bangladesh in respect of agriculture is the effect of urbanization boosts development indicators such as economic growth, productivity and human development indexes, and on the other hand, the intensifying of the tertiary industry results in more people shifting from the agriculture sector. In Bangladesh, where agriculture is still a major source of income for 14 million farming households, lack of access to information along with various other factors demand immediate attention. And this was taken into consideration by the government of our present government, and the agriculture people are now getting access, which I mentioned in the context of service availability. What started with agricultural helplines by telecom operators have expanded to short message service, which we know SMS-based services, and government developed software that provides accurate agriculture information. The Minister of Agriculture has taken pragmatic step under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. Other than the telecommunication sector, growth is significantly realized through the availability of private sector owned information and communication technology, which I mentioned, base service, union digital centers, and internet caves at the country union level, which is an initiative of our present government, ICT Ministry. This can be partially attributed to the availability of cheap mobile handsets and the oligopolistic nature telecommunication industry that allows mobile phone users to enjoy affordable call tariffs and internet packages. And in this pandemic situation after COVID-19, all the universities, both in the private and public sector, they are providing education through the ICT support, and the government of Bangladesh, particularly the Honorable Minister of Education, has requested the mobile operators to give cheaper rate to the students, so that they can have an easy access for attending classes and exams. Ladies and gentlemen, private sector agriculture input companies have also established ICT-based service aimed at providing product-specific and general agriculture information to farmers. Strong linkages between software developers and input companies with sufficient knowledge of information seeking behavior of farmer is required to design appropriate farmer-friendly ICT services, none of which currently exist fully in the industry, but research is going on. Government has taken pragmatic step, private sector has come forward, particularly the NGOs along with the government side by side to fulfill this need. These services are concerned with providing customer care solutions for farmers and is considered part of marketing initiatives in order to reach out to a wider scale of farmers. However, the input sector is only at a nascent stage of utilizing ICT. This scenario is already evident as leading seed, aquachemicals, and fish feed companies are adopting various ICT-based mechanisms to reach out to farmers in order to ensure proper use of their products. This is the agenda that has been undertaken by the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina Wajid. I'm showing you some certain thing that is going on. The journey of mango from a place called Satkira, which is bordering area to our to India, to Walmart, UK. We are showing you all orchard Satkira harvest, transport to packing house, inversion, washing, hot water treatment, and then exported. And the next figure of mango production processing that you can see, and the university where it is located is called Chapai-Nawabganj. It is nearby the Indian border. Here the mango growers cultivate mangoes, and these are being exported to different parts of the world because it is possible because of the industrial revolutions which is taking part in Bangladesh. I'm just showing you the supply chain for national and global market, which is mentioned over here, from union level to the Pujila, then to district, then to the international airport, and from seaport to other areas we can also export, and we are exporting. So nowadays we are using the yard for lifting the mangoes from Bangladesh to other parts. This is one of the components that we wanted to highlight and we wanted to show you. Now I'm at the fag ending of my deliberation. And the conclusion, I would like to say that there are positive and negative efforts of industrial revolution. The industrial revolution had many positive effects. Among those, there were an increase in wealth, the production of goods, and the standard of living. People had access to healthier diets, better housing, and cheaper goods. In addition, education increased during the industrial revolution. Through industrial revolution, more ideas can be created and the population can become more diverse. It helps manufacturers with current challenges by becoming more flexible and reacting to changes in the market easier. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Bangladesh is one of the leading countries for exporting garments. It is possible because of this industrial revolution, and also we are also exporting medicinal products to different parts of the world. It is also possible because of the industrial revolution. It can increase, this industrial revolution can increase the speed of innovation and is very consumer centered, leading to faster design processes. With technology like automation augmenting our professional lives, we are able to make smart choices faster than ever before. This fourth industrial revolution is so different because we are developing the ability to design and engineer the world around us using the atoms and molecules that compose it. However, this rapid increase in digitization, robotization, and intelligent automation has a significant impact on the current and future labor market. Bangladesh has started digitalizing since long, and the vision of the government is to digitalize Bangladesh as far as possible. This will certainly, this industrial revolution will certainly create huge new job opportunities, while billions of jobs will be threatened. The fourth industrial revolution will dramatically change the way we relate to one another, live, work, and educate our children. These shifts are enabled by smart technologies, including artificial intelligence that we know, big data, augmented reality, blockchain, the Internet of Things, and automation. The implementation of new technologies took a long time. So the period which this refers to, it is between 1760 and 1820 or 1814 Europe and the United States. The goal of industrialized agriculture is to increase the crop yield. This system gives high yield levels. It also contributes to climate change, pollutes air and water, and depletes soil fertility. There are certain advantages and disadvantages, definitely. That's why I wanted to mention over here. For instance, agriculture is a significant source of air pollutions. In some other cases, life generally improved, but the industrial revolution also proved harmful. Pollution increased, working conditions are harmful, factory owners are employed. But on the other hand, factory owners are employing women and also young children, making them work long and hard hours, which is a sort of a problem that sometimes people faces. With these few words, I would like to show my gratitude to the Lincoln University College, Malaysia, particularly Dr. Poddar and our Dr. Professor Amyo Bhaumik, and to Amity University Vice Chancellor, to Bengkulu University for being with us for arranging this sort of webinar. Thank you all.
Thank you, Prof, for your nice presentation and very well described. And I think I have asked in the chat box if there is any question, but no question is there. I think everybody is listening only. They mention many comments that thank you for your nice presentation, excellent presentation. So thank you, sir, again.
Thank you very much.
Move to the next speaker now because there is no question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to request our next speaker, Professor Dr. Pranam Dhar. I think I can.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir is the Associate Professor and former Head of the Commerce and Management Department of Management Department, West Bengal State University, one of the public university in West Bengal, India. And he was holding PhD degree in Commerce from Department of Business Management, University of Calcutta. He also received honorary D.Litt in Management from Commonwealth Vocational University in December 2017, World Management Congress. And also, he has completed his master degree also from University of Calcutta. And now I welcome, and also he is also All India Secretary of Indian Association of Academic Researcher Association, one of the biggest association in his area and researcher area actually. So without wasting further delay, I would now like to request Dr. Pranam Dhar to take over the stage. The stage is yours, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'll request all to use pin video option so that I'm being seen clearly, because without seeing the speaker, nothing is understandable. So very good afternoon again. And I express my heartfelt regards and gratitude to all the organizers for organizing this very timely international webinar lifelong learning series on responsible consumption and production and industry revolution 4.0. And our very respected, I will start with very respected Professor Dr. Amyo Bhaumik, Honorable President and former Vice Chancellor, Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and respected Professor Venkatesh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Patna, India, and Professor Dr. ABM Rashidul Hassan, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Exim Bank Agricultural University, Bangladesh, and other dignitaries like Dr. Ian Sen, Dr. Devesh Bhaumik, Dr. Sushanta Poddar, my very good friend. He is the General Manager of Environment and Sustainability, Aditya Birla Group India, Ma'am Pooja Kumar, and our very own and very respected Dr. Sandeep Poddar sir, and respected and learned dignitaries and guests, and all the participants, very, very dear participants. I'll not be deliberating anything, but only sharing my will share my views with some interaction. And before I start, I again express my heartfelt gratitude to all. And without wasting much time, I share my screen. And today my topic of presentation, and God forbid, till morning till now, from morning till now, there was no discussion on COVID. And now I'll start with that only, because we cannot escape from that, and we cannot escape from the discussion on that also. So today this is my topic. I think you are able to see my slide. It is seen, sir?
Yes, sir. Clearly visible, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So my
Thank you,
topic is impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the financial sector and market economy. And myself, Dr. Pranam Dhar, already introduced. So I'll start with this backdrop. The COVID-19 pandemic in India is a part of the world pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019, which is known as COVID-19, caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, that is SARS-CoV-2. The first case of COVID-19 in India, which originated from China, was reported on 30th January 2020. As of 3rd July 2020, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has confirmed a total of 6,25,544 cases, 3,79,891 recoveries, including 1 migration, and 18,213 deaths in the country, which has much more increased right off now. I am not going to show you the figure, but for the last 21 days, we are at the top position regarding the infection is concerned. India currently has the largest number of confirmed cases in Asia and has the 4th highest number of, now it's the figure is almost doubled, so I'm not going into the figure. India's case fatality rate is relatively lower at 2.80. This is a very good news for all of us, against the global of 6.13 as of 3rd June. 6 cities account for around half of all reported cases in the country, like Mumbai, Delhi, Ahmedabad, Chennai, Pune, and Kolkata. As of 24th May 2020, Lakshadweep is the only region which has not reported a case. On 10th June, India's recoveries exceeded active cases for the first time, reducing 49% of the total infections, and the situation is much more improved now, right now. Any discussion before going to anything? I am a very small researcher, so for any discussion, we need to use some literature review, and I am going to some of the literatures like that of Daniel Lewis, Karl Mattens, and James Stock, because my area limited to only the business and economy and financial market, and there are lots of researches in medical and paramedical research and other lots of areas, but my area is limited to business and economics only. And this paper, as a part of literature review, they have described a weekly economic index developed to track the rapid economic developments associated with the response to the novel coronavirus in the United States. Another very famous research work by Andrew Glover, Jonathan Healthcare, Dirk Kruger, and others. In this paper, they extend a standard epidemiological model of disease progression to include heterogeneity by age and multiple sources of disease transmission. We then incorporate the epidemiological block, they says, into a multi-sector economic model in which workers differ by sector, that is basic and luxury, as well as by health status. And they have studied optimal mitigation policies of a utilitarian government that can redistribute resources across individuals. Now, another very good research work on already Professor Hassan was talking about the blockchain and the supply chain. Another very good research work on supply and demand shocks in the COVID-19 pandemic, and industry and occupation perspective. And this is a model developed by R. Maria del Rio Canona and others. And they have used the quantitative predictions of first order supply and demand shocks for the US economy associated with the COVID-19 pandemic at the level of individual occupations and industries. To analyze the supply shock, they have classified industries as essential and non-essential, and likewise they have developed a index, that is remote labor index, which measures the ability of different occupations to work from home. So these are the very good literatures I have gone through, and on the basis of that, I'll come to a review of the global crisis first of all, then to Indian one, and then I'll be pinpointing my discussion towards my area, that is financial sector and the market economy. So globally, this is a true global crisis, as no country is spared. Countries reliant on tourism, travel, hospitality, and entertainment for their growth are experiencing particularly large disruptions. Emerging market and developed economies and developing economies face additional challenges with unprecedented reversals in capital flows as global risk appetite wanes and currency pressures, while coping with weaker health systems and more limited fiscal space to provide support. Moreover, several economies entered this crisis and in a vulnerable state with sluggish growth and high debt levels. For the first time since the Great Depression in 1930s and also in 2008, both advanced economies and emerging markets and developing economies are in recession. For this year, growth in advanced economies is projected at minus 6.1%. Emerging market and developing economies with normal growth levels well above advanced economies are also projected to have negative growth rates of minus 1.0% in 2020 and 2.2% if you exclude China. Income per capita is projected to shrink for over 170 countries. Both advanced economies and emerging market and developing economies are expected to partially recover in 2021. So coming to this global crisis, you see that in comparison with global crisis, India, in the developed countries, India is in a much better position. And you see, in comparison to global financial crisis in 2009, where we were sorted with only minus 4.0 fall, and now the overall GDP has fallen towards minus 6. So where we are proceeding? And you see, if we compare with the other countries which are known as developed countries, the model is changing. Whereas their GDP rate is falling so much beyond 5 and 6, India is in a much better position. As you see, the Indian projected growth rate in 2020 is 1.9, and now even today it has increased to 2.83. So the situation is changing. And what about the worldwide post-pandemic economic impact? Assuming the pandemic fades in the second half of 2020, although the vaccination has already been started in different countries, including some parts of India, and the policy actions taken around the world are effective in preventing widespread farm bankruptcies, extended job losses, and system-wide financial strains, we project global growth in 2021 to rebound to 5.8%. This recovery in 2021 is only partial, as the level of economic activity is projected to remain below the level we had projected for 2021. Before the virus hit, the cumulative loss to global GDP over 2020 and 2021 from the pandemic crisis could be around $9 trillion, greater than the economies of Japan and Germany combined. Now, coming to pinpointedly the Indian crisis. You see the size of lockdown, and here we have to mention that in terms of not only the days of lockdown, if you multiply the number of days of lockdown and the total population of a country, India has faced the largest ever lockdown. And you see, this is the longest lockdown experienced by Indian economy. And now as India moves towards lifting its lockdown, and this is unlock 4.0 we are moving to, and resuming normal operations, it is this vulnerable population that needs protection. Nevertheless, it's easier said than done. Understanding the existence and condition of the defined vulnerable group across the states would be the first step to creating effective post-lockdown strategies. Additionally, the added intersectionalities of economic and social poverty attached to the elderly and chronically ill population will make it hard for states to have a uniform path to addressing the needs of the vulnerable population. With the future of COVID-19 vaccine still not being an absolute guarantee, government agencies and civil society would have to come together to help the quarantine the elderly and those with comorbidities in order to limit further COVID-19 deaths and ease the burden on existing health infrastructure. You see, it is the greatest lockdown, and here is the shattered, depressed economic growth all over the world, moving towards very negative position, and it will take time to grow further. And you see, concerning the Indian economy, the economic impact of the 2020 coronavirus pandemic in India has been largely disruptive. India's growth in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year 2020 went down to 3.1% according to the Ministry of Statistics. The chief economic advisor to the government of India said that this drop is mainly due to the coronavirus pandemic effect on the Indian economy. Notably, India has also been witnessing a pre-pandemic slowdown, and according to the World Bank, the current pandemic has magnified pre-existing risks to India's economic outlook. Now about world rating, the World Bank and rating agencies had initially revised the India's growth for 2021 with the lowest figures India has seen in 3 decades since India's economic liberalization in 1990s. However, about the announcement of the economic package in mid-May, India's GDP estimates were downgraded even more to negative figures, signaling a deep recession. Now the situation is far off better. On 26 May, CRISIL announced that this will perhaps be the India's worst recession since independence. State Bank of India's research estimates a contraction of over 40% in the GDP in the first quarter of financial year 2021. This contraction will not be uniform, rather it will differ according to various parameters such as state and sector. There are huge output losses. You see about 69 lakh crores of Indian rupees have been lost due to this ever lengthy lockdown as a result of COVID pandemic. And what about the sectoral impact? If we come to the sectoral impact one by one, first come to the post-pandemic unemployment. Unemployment rose from 6.7% on 15 March to 26% on 19th April, and then again back down to pre-lockdown levels by mid-June. During the lockdown, an estimated 14 crore, that is 140 million people lost employment, while salaries were cut for many others. More than 45% of the households across the nation have reported an income drop as compared to the previous year. The Indian economy was expected to lose over rupees 32,000 crore, that is 4.5 billion US dollars every day during the first 21 days of complete lockdown, which was declared following the coronavirus outbreak. Under complete lockdown, less than a quarter of India's 2.8 trillion US dollar economic movement was functional. Up to 53% of the businesses in the country were projected to be significantly affected. Supply chains have been put under stress with the lockdown restrictions in place. Initially, there was a lack of clarity in streamlining what is essential and what is not. Those in the informal sectors and daily wage groups have been at the most risk. A large number of farmers around the country who grow perishables also faced uncertainty. Now, the companies were shut down. Major companies in India like Larsen and Toubro, Bharat Forge, Ultratech Cement, Grasim Industries, Aditya Birla Group, Dr. Poddar is here, he will explain better, Vale and Tata Motors have temporarily been suspended or significantly reduced their operations. Young startups have been impacted as funding has fallen. First moving consumer goods, that is FMCG products companies in the country have significantly reduced their operations and are focusing on essentials. Stock markets in India posted their worst losses in history on 23rd March 2020. However, on 25th March, one day after a complete 21-day lockdown was announced by the Prime Minister, Sensex and Nifty posted their biggest gains in 11 years. Now coming to the transportation sector, All India Motor Transport Congress Secretary General Navin Gupta said that the accumulated losses to truckers during the first 15 days of lockdown were about rupees 35,200 crores, given an average rupees 2,200 loss to per truck per day. More than 90% of the about 1 crore trucks in the country are off-roads during the lockdown, as truckers with only essential commodities are on the move, he said. Now coming to the real estate sector, National Real Estate Development Council, a body of realtors, put the loss in the sector at rupees 1 lakh crore. I am scared to estimate what the losses would be. I think a potential loss of maybe rupees 1 lakh crore on a conservative basis, on an all India basis. It is a conservative figure. I cannot think of the upper end of the figure based on the thumb rule. At least rupees 1 lakh crore, said its president. Coming to the real trade sector, the Confederation of All India Traders estimates that the losses incurred by the retail trade of the country in the second half of March due to COVID-19 pandemic were a massive USD $30 billion. The Indian retail sector, comprising of 70 million small, medium and big traders employing 45 crore people, does a monthly business of approximately 70 billion US dollars. Coming to the electricity consumption, with factories closed and power demand coming mostly from households, peak demand has plunged the average demand during peak evening hours, that is 7 p.m., contracted by 26.6% for April 1 to 10, 2020 over the last year. According to daily reports published by the Power System Operation Corporation Limited. Likewise, maximum demand during the day has been a drop of 24.5% on an average. The impact of society, the lockdown is expected to severely curtail the demand for electricity in the immediate term, said Aditi Nair, the principal economist at ICRA. Now coming to the consumption of petroleum products. With fewer vehicles playing on the roads, consumption of petrol fell by 16.4% in March 2020 over a year ago, according to data from the Petroleum Planning and Analysis Cell. Diesel consumed in factories and for plying commercial vehicles saw a sharper hit as consumption fell by 24.2% year on year in March 2020. One second, somebody is doing annotation. Analysts believe that fuel demand may remain weak even after the lockdown is lifted, as citizens may avoid travel for some time. According to estimates by Care Ratings, consumption of crude oil may fall by 2.3% in financial year 2021. Now, this purchasing manager indices, that is PMI, it compiled by IHS Market India, showed slightly diverging trends. The Services Business Activity Index fell to 49.3 in March, down from February's 85-month high rate of 57.5%. The Manufacturing Activity Index saw a more modest fall to 51.8% in March from 54.5 in February. This is because non-government services were the first to be hit even before a complete lockdown was announced. Now coming to the cargo sector. Cargo handled by Indian ports failed the most in 5 months, dragged down by a drop in liquid cargo and container volumes. Ports across the country handled 618.7 lakh tons of cargo in March, a decline of 5% over the year ago period, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Now, there are major other sectors which have been impacted are arrival of agricultural commodities in India also, like that mentioned by Professor Hassan in Bangladesh, and the unorganized sectors face a huge loss, including the huge number of unorganized sector employees suffering their loss of job and their mobility to other states were also constrained. Lots of other sectors were impacted, like Manrega, like restaurants and tourism sector, like food grains, like food and fruit export, MSME sector, electronics, pharma, consumer durables, online business sector, and FMCG sector. And regarding supply chain and logistics, following the lockdown, certain essential supply chains broke down. Britannia Industries, supporting the lockdown, urged the government to ensure interstate movement of the raw material for the food processing industry was not hampered. Now coming to the salaries, the Prime Minister of India on 19th March urged businesses and high income segments of society to take care of the economic needs of all those who provide them services. During the live telecast, he also appealed to families to not cut the pay of domestic help. Following the lockdown, the government circulated advisories and directives ordering the companies to keep paying employees, among the other things. But in spite of that, there were some memorandum also issued by the Ministry of Finance on 23rd March 2020. But in spite of that, the salaries were cut down in different sectors. About the migrant workers and the labor force, due to lockdown, daily wage workers, that is the urban poor and the migrant laborers, were left with no work. At the same time, the lockdown restrictions put a stop on the movement of buses and trains. Large number of migrant workers ended up walking back to their villages, and many of them lost their lives. Now coming pinpointedly to the impact of on financial sector. Economic turmoil associated with COVID-19 pandemic has had wide-ranging and severe impact upon financial markets, including stock, bond, and commodity, including crude oil and gold markets. Major events included described Russia-Saudi Arabia oil price war after failing to reach an OPEC Plus agreement that resulted in a collapse of crude oil prices and a stock market crash in March 2020 before lockdown started in India. The effects upon markets are the part of the coronavirus recession and among the many economic impacts of the pandemic. Regarding the financial risk and the country risk, as coronavirus put Europe and the United States in virtual lockdown, financial economists, credit rating, and country risk experts have scrambled to rearrange their assessments in light of the unprecedented geo-economic challenges posed by the crisis. And you see, the stock market on Monday, 24 February 2020, the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the FTSE 100 dropped more than 3% of the coronavirus outbreak spread worsened substantially outside China over the weekend. This follows the benchmark indices falling sharply in continental Europe after steep declines across Asia. Now coming to the March 9th on the 2020, the S&P 500 fell 7% in 4 minutes after the exchange opened, triggering a circuit breaker for the first time since the financial crisis of 2007-8 and halting trading for 15 minutes. And this is how the oil prices had a strong effect on the stock and bond markets all over the world. Coming to the bond and debt market, prior to the coronavirus pandemic, a massive amount of borrowing by firms and with ratings just above junk, coupled with the growth of leveraged loans which are made to companies with significant amount of debt, created a vulnerability in the financial system. The collapse of the corrupt debt bubble would potentially endanger the solvency of firms, potentially worsening the recession. In January, new US corporate debt fell 10% from the previous year. And I am going to conclude within a while. So in India, coming to the worst impact in the financial sector, pre-COVID-19 market capitalization in India on each major exchange in India was about 2.16 trillion US dollars. The 2019 stock market rally was limited to 8 to 10 stocks within the large caps. The Sensex returned around 14%, excluding dividends, for the year 2019, but predominantly featured blue chip companies such as HDFC Bank, HDFC, TCS, Infosys, Reliance, Hindustan Unilever, and others, without which the Sensex returns would have been negative. However, in the start of 2020, there was overall recovery, which led to both NSE and BSE traded at their highest levels ever, hitting peaks of 12,362 and 42,273 respectively. At the beginning of the year, there were close to 30 companies that were expected to file IPOs. The market conditions were generally favorable as they witnessed record highs in the mid-January. You see a comparison of pre and post COVID view of Indian stock markets. You see, before pandemic started in India and lockdown started in India, in January 2020, the Nifty was about 12,362, which fell to 9154 on 24th April 2020. And again, the Nifty on today, that is on 29/8/2020, is about 11,647 and 0.60. You see the Sensex, another very strong indicator of Indian financial market, which stood at 41,952 on 14 January, fell to 31,327 on April 20, and now it's about 39,467.31 on 29th August 2020. So we see that the curve is uprising. Now about coming to bond and debt markets in India. Ever since COVID-19 strike, markets loom under fear as uncertainty prevails. It has sent markets around the world crashing to levels not witnessed since the global crisis of 2008. Following the strong correlation with the trends and indices of the global market, as BSE, Sensex and Nifty fell by 38%, the total market cap lost a staggering 27.31% from the start of the year. The stock market has reflected the sentiments this pandemic unleashed upon the investors, foreign and domestic alike. Now, companies with innovative products, increasing distribution reach, technology-driven processes, and healthy balance sheet would revive the growth momentum post-lockdown. Coming to the impact of market economy. COVID-19 is still to play out fully in the emerging market universe, posing risks to both people and the economies. While countries such as China, Uruguay, and Vietnam have managed to contain the virus, others such as Brazil, India, and South Africa continue to grapple with a rise in infections. So, first of all, coming to emerging markets, which are likely to face an uphill battle, and then this crisis would have been worse still without the extraordinary policy support. For sure, decisive policy actions in advanced economies led to a turnaround in market conditions that allowed emerging market economies to resume external financing efforts in April and May, which contributed to record levels of bond issuance so far this year. Coming to the exchange rate market pressures in major emerging market economies, you see the position was worsened in GFC, TT, and other areas, but the infections COVID-19 has created this, although not very uprised, very minimal, up to -10. And like their more advanced peers, many emerging market economies, including Thailand, Mexico, and South Africa, eased monetary policy during this cycle. In a few cases, limited room to cut policy rates further, and distressed market conditions induced use of unconventional monetary policy pressures for the first time. Now, we are moving from conventional to unorthodox policies, and let's see what happens in India. Recovery measures taken by Government of India. The Government of India announced a variety of measures to tackle the situation, from food security and extra funds for healthcare for the states to sector-related incentives and tax deadline extensions. On 26 March, a number of economic relief measures for the poor were announced, totaling rupees 1,70,000 crore, that is 24 billion US dollars. The next day, the Reserve Bank of India also announced a number of measures which would make available 3,74,000 crore Indian rupees, that is 52 billion US dollars, to the country's financial system. The World Bank and the Asian Development Bank approved support to India to tackle the coronavirus pandemic. Lots of measures during different lockdown phases where they are not going to the details. On 12th May, the Prime Minister announced the overall economic package worth 20 lakhs crore. And during the next 5 days, the Finance Minister announced the details of the economic package. 2 days later, the cabinet cleared a number of proposals in the economic package, including a free food grains package. Now, coming to the governance philosophy, globally, in a poll by the Edelman Trust Barometer, out of 13,200 plus people polled, 67 agreed the government's highest priority should be saving as many as lives as possible, even if it means the economy will recover more slowly. That is, the lives should come before livelihood. For India, the poll showed a ratio of 64% to 36%, where 64% of the people agreed that saving as many as lives as possible was a priority, and 36% agreed that saving jobs and restarting the economy was a priority. Now coming towards end, there is a controversial term, that is protectionism. I am not going to the details. India changed its FDI policy to curb the opportunistic takeovers or acquisitions of Indian companies due to the current pandemic. And now to come to the issue of China, the Government of India is aiming to contract companies that wish to move out of China and or are looking for an alternative to China. As an economist, can say that this will have definitely have an adverse impact on the Indian economy from going towards further upward shift. And now coming to the economic dangers versus health risk, there is a nexus. In March, Poonawalla, the CEO of Serum Institute of India, said that the economic danger of the outbreak was exponentially greater than its health risks. Now we see, during the discourse of passage of time, we see the real thing happening. And regarding center and state collaboration, again to say, numerous center versus state tussles have taken place during the COVID-19 pandemic, having a socio-economic impact. Other than that, the other immediate political impact, some tussles are not directly related to the pandemic, such as Telangana Chief Minister over the electricity amendment bill. So lots of Indian issues are also there. But coming to the Indian economic recovery, in the beginning of May, Mr. Subba Rao, a former RBI governor, said that India could look forward for a V-shaped recovery. That means there should be a recession and from the upward shift, and then share there again there should be an upward shift. But a V-shaped recovery, although it was warm welcomed, but Arthur D. Little, an international consulting firm, has suggested that India will most probably see the W-shaped recovery. That is, from upward shift there will be a recession, again an upward shift, then again a recession, then again an upward shift. But now we are experiencing somehow, as per the CRISIL study, it will end up like a U recovery. So we have come to an end, but before that there are some grave concerns. I want to point it out very firmly, like deteriorating center-state relationships and its major impact on the economic recovery, lack of proper initiation in rescuing the migrant workers in time. Several other transnational issues emerged during the same period, including deteriorating Indo-China relationships and almost worse situation in borders, very poor inactions in timely decision-making, both in locking and unlocking. Moratoriums are too vague in nature, far from the reality. Lots of politicizations in major economic policy decision-making. Same like other issues like demonetization, GST, defense budget and expenditure, and especially tendering, economic sanctioning and other allied issues. Last but not the least important issue is delimiting oil prices, no carving on the taxation policies on petroleum products like GST and all that. So coming to the concluding remarks, not from my own, but to quote our very respected Raghuram Rajan, Honorable former Governor of RBI, the first step to prescribing the right medicine is to recognize the cause of the illness. And when it comes to what is ailing the global economy, extreme monetary easing has been more cause than cure. The sooner we recognize it, the stronger and more sustainable the global economic recovery will be. Thank you all for your patient hearing, and I stop my presentation here. If you have any question, you can ask in the chat box, and I have taken much time. Very sorry, sir and ma'am, for taking lots of time. And one question is always there. There are 4 components which are social, economical, and environmental. What is the 4th component? I think I have already mentioned in my slides, and video is with you. You can go through the video, everything is there. As the time is too short, I'm not going to answer this question, but everything is well mentioned in my presentation. You can go through it, and if you want, I will send my presentation. This is all yours to the organizers, especially Dr. Poddar. And I again show my love and respect and gratitude, because that is very much important in this situation, to all the organizers and co-organizers of the 4 countries maintaining the sustainable development goal. And this is a well arranged international lecture series, webinar series. And again, I show my respect and gratitude to all, and have a nice day. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation. And I think one Miss Shanna Kumari want to ask any question. You raised hand. You can unmute and ask if you want. Miss Shanna Kumari. And another is without name. You want to ask any question? Otherwise, I am lowering your hand. Okay, so there is no more question, and I think everybody already mentioned. You can see in the chat box. Everybody like your presentation. Without wasting, thank you, sir, again for your vivid presentation with data. And I would now like to request our next speaker. You can see my screen, I think. My screen is visible, sir? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Dr. Jansen is the Vice Dean of our Academic Affairs, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. And also he is Adjunct Professor, Associate Professor of New England, University of New England, Australia. And he actually, he has done PhD in tropical biology from James Cook University in 2012 and under Australian Leadership Award Fellowship. He was also trained in peaks related to climate change and natural resource conflict at Wageningen University in Netherlands and International Center for Theoretical Physics, Italy. So Dr. Jansen, thank you and nice to meet with you without what you call maintaining social distancing virtually. We are meeting with you, and all the participant is very much delighted I think now around 170 participant is there, and we are watching you. Thank you, sir. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. So I'm sharing my slides now.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to today's webinar. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. So the Honorable Professor Amia Bomik from the Lincoln University of College of Malaysia. And then all the honorable speakers, Professor Kim Katesh, Professor Rashidul Hassan, Dr. Fanamdar, Dr. Davis Baumik, Professor Shanta Podar, and Mrs. Puja Kumar. So thank you very much. So I've been following all the presentations. I think we are very much at the same boat. I think we agree. I agree in most of the things that said by the Professor Venkatesh. Actually, my slides, couple of my slides are very much similar to what Professor Venkatesh already mentioned. From Professor Rashidul Hassan as well, and then thank you very much, Dr. Panamdar, for the insight in the market economy after the COVID-19 during the pandemic. So first of all, I would like to back a little bit to the very basic concept of because I'm talking about the ecology, consumption and productions. I would like to see a little bit back to the very basic concept about our earth, our home, okay, because the earth is our source of productions. If we see the globes, we see different types of ecosystem, which is the result of interaction with climate condition, geological and adaptive factors, biotic and abiotic interactions. And all of those result in different environmental conditions and natural resources. Why I highlight this? Because different types of ecosystems, different types of natural resources that we have by different countries, that means we have different problems and challenges. I mean, for example, we have tropical rainforests, for example, or we have the savanna, we have desert, or we have dry land. So some country probably have more oils reserved than other countries. Probably like one or two countries doesn't have any much of the forest producing wood or something like that. So that means that we are facing different kind of problems. Because we are facing different kind of problems, we have to address the problems differently. And also, if we see the phase of the earth, we'll see that we humans are the one species, the Homo sapiens, which already changed the face of earth. So one part of like the cover of the global dry land is categorized as a wilderness. Other than that, human occupied agricultural lands, residentials, and all of that things. So we are humans very much. The strongest species on earth. And then, like Professor Venkatesh already mentioned earlier, but we need food, water, energy, fiber for clothing, for wood, and we need the so-called development, like just the Dr. Pranamdar just mentioned about market economy. But if you can see this slide, in terms of the environment and natural resources, we got two sides, okay? the things that what we call carrying capacity of the environment. So we got two sides. The first side is supported capacity. We need environment, we need natural resources as an input for the development activities. By that activities, we creating more jobs, like supplying foods, economy for the people. So the economic progressing, and we got a better quality of life. But on the other side, the developmental activities result in wastes, okay? And those wastes are going back to the environment. So we need the environment and natural resources to support our economy, to support our development. And on the other hand, we send the waste from our activities to the environment. So if we don't balance this, our productions and our consumptions, we will see this result. We will see the harmful result of the development. And we already seen that kind of bad things happen in many countries, in many places in the world. So this is Professor Penkat has already mentioned, but I just would like to highlight the Indonesian side, for example. So we see the trend in population is increasing. We know that population is increasing, but we know that different places has different rate of increasing, different rate of different population growth rate. Okay, for example, we see in like probably in Europe or Northern America, the rate is like in steady state. But like us in Asia, we keep producing kids. I mean, you know, like and we can see that by this kind of patterns, we'll see that Asia, probably Africa, will be more people. More people means more foods, more supplies of energy. In Indonesia, for example, you can see the projections on the right-hand side. Now in Indonesia, we have about 267 million people. In 2035, we got almost 300. So we got like in the next 25, we have 100 million more people to feed. You know, we have 100 million people to live with electricity supplies, with food supplies, with energy supplies, with the like infrastructure and others infrastructure. So this is the kind of challenges that I said earlier. Probably countries in Europe, because they have the slow progressions of the population growth, probably they have that slightly different problem with us in Asia, something like that. But it is also not the numbers, but also the structures. So in Asia, I believe that the population structures are very much on the right side, which is very much on the pyramid. So we'll see that in the next 40, 50, 60 years, we'll see the rate of the growth of the people in Asia, probably in Africa, will much higher than in North America or in Europe. And we are getting richer. So what is that? What does it mean? That means that our ability to buy, we get more ability to buy because we're getting richer. That means we consume more. If we consume more, but we don't produce, that will be a lag of production than the consumptions. The economy will answer something like that. So on the other hand, and then we exploit and destroy natural resources. Forest degradations, we are like, I think Professor Penkat has already mentioned, we are polluting water and biodiversity loss, for example, something like that. And I mean, human loves exploitation of natural resources, but the question is that do we really need those all exploitation for our consumptions? I think we really need to really think about it. And I think my argument is that the population growth and the use of natural resources are not parallel. So if you see this might be the rate of the population growth, but I believe that the use of natural resources, the exploitations of natural resources, is not linear to that kind of patterns, but will be double or triples in the next 5, 10, 20 years. That means that the population growth, I mean, the population increasing, the natural resources, I mean, the use of natural resources is increasing, but the increase of natural, I mean, the use of natural resources is, I believe, will be more, faster or higher than the population growth. Like I already said, that the prosperity is not fairly distributed. Some people are overweight, and some people are underweight, for example, and we waste food. I will not talk about this too much because Professor Penkatesh already mentioned it. Energy consumptions. This is very interesting. I mean, pictures of provided by NASA, for example. We could see here, for example, this is, I mean, the light during the night. We can see that, I mean, representing the use of energy in all part of the world. And we see in Indonesia here, you see, I mean, the map of Indonesia is very small here, actually. You will see the one island called Java, I mean, it's full of lights because of, I mean, more people there, which means more energy consumption there. Where I live in Sumatra, might be not as much as in Java. But the energy in Java to support the life of people in Java is not only coming from Java, okay? The coal, for example, or the electricity is coming also from another island in Sumatra. I believe if we see India here, is India full of, like, all the lights during the night, or in Northern America, in Europe, if we see in Africa, which is, I mean, like much of the energy consumption by people in South Africa or the Northern Africa, or something like that. So this is very much represent the pattern of the use of energy consumption in the world. We got land acquisition by large companies, for example. Why does it matter? Because large companies, I mean, this could, I mean, because if large companies, take more lands, that means local people get less land, or they will, they will control the price of the foods. So that's not too good for the people. Again, the threat of climate change. We probably, see this, something like that. The threat of diseases. I mean, just what we see. Well, I mean, we're just talking about it. So infectious diseases, affluent influenza, swine flu, MERS, and now the pandemic COVID-19, zoonotic viruses, something like that. It's very much, some of them are density dependent, which is some of the diseases are coming out, or the first time in like in dense area. It's not really clean or something like that. And we have many spots, that kinds of places in the world, like COVID-19 in Wuhan, in China, like swine flu in Mexico City, in Mexico, something like that. So just like Albert Camus once said, no longer individual destinies, now is a collective destiny. So like Professor Rashidul Hassan pointed out, that this is shared responsibility, because this is a collective destiny. Okay, our destiny. For example, For example, Bangladesh, for example, I think this is one country very much threatened by the impact of climate change, for example, like that. And we share that kind of problems, in many places of the world. So I think we consume more than what we need, probably. Okay. Why? Because sometimes the consumptions is not only what we need, but it is desire to consume more, like pseudo need. Okay, so this is, but this is kind of a concept. But then, what to do then? What to do with all of these things? So we know the use of natural resources increasing. We know the use the population growth. The population is increasing. We are facing the destruction of natural resources. We are facing probably the problem with food, with energy, with climate change, with diseases. So what we do? What should we do? And then we got these kind of problems like conflicting claims. We got food claims on agricultural lands. We got non-food claims on agricultural land. For example, for feed, for the cattle or something like that. The fiber, the fuel, like biofuel. People are not only, like, for example, planting corn for eating, probably planting corn as well for biofuel. Food claims on water. Non-food claims on water, urbanization, industrial, mining, so something like that. Multiple claims on biodiversity. So we are facing so many problems, but we have to be optimistic. So what to do then? I think this is, just a broad view, okay? I think the first is we might do like neo-Malthusian responses. What is that? I believe that we need to control the populations. We know that the Earth has the maximum capacity to support our life on Earth. So if we don't design the numbers of populations, we don't control it. I think like the population booms, we can't control it. I believe that we might need a kind of neo-Malthusian response. Or the second one, technological responses. For example, something like that. Like we need the use of effective energy. I think Professor Rashidul and the Professor Venkatesh already mentioned about the use of solar energy or something like that. That's the kind of technological response that we need. We need to move from dirty energy, something like coal, to more clean energy, something like solar. Even though the problem is the price, to settle up that kind of energy, that kind of technology is still high. Or we might, we see now, for example, the campaign to use less plastic bag, for example, like that. Or many things, technology that could provide us with less use of natural resources, mean less consumptions. That mean we just need less production. That we can keep that our natural resources sustainable. Or the third one is political response. Political response, I think much of the political spectrum in many parts of the world, in developing countries, for example, Indonesia, for example, I think very much political spectrum are very much affected by the economy, the investments, something like that. So the economic growth is the prime driving force to move forward that. But the problem is sometimes the economy sector that the driving force is the natural resource economy. So the mining, something like that, the extractions of woods from the forest or something like that. So we might need a kind of political response from policy or changing the political landscape, which probably more to support like green consumptions or something like that, or producing more cleaning cleaner energy or something like that. Or the fourth one, ethical response. In these kind of things, I actually agree with Professor Venkatesh. Education is the key. I believe education is the key. Why? Because we have to educating our generations and raising awareness that, I mean, this is our only earth, okay? So this is our home. We are not burning our only home. We are living here. We're burning our home, then we're burning ourselves. I think the current COVID-19 pandemic, I think, give us the time to contemplate. Okay, so we really need to, I mean, to rethink our approach to nature. But in positive things, I think something what we do like this today, we do the webinar through the Professor Rashidul Hassan already mentioned about the Industrial Revolution 4.0. We use the Internet of Things. So like something like that, we live in new normal life with pandemic condition like this. We don't need to travel to Malaysia or to India or to Bangladesh, but we're meeting here. We use less energy. We don't need to travel, something like that. But it might not be what we expect, something like that, but probably less economic activity as well. So I would like just my final note is probably it's not conclusive, but this slightly, I mean, thought. I just would like to cite Abdul Hamid Chakmod. He was a Turkish Sufi master. He said that when the harmony of nature has been broken, it is a sign of the end of the world. But we can slow the process. We take care of our bodies to live a longer life. So we should do the same for the world. If we cherish it, make it last long as possible, we can postpone the judgment day. Just like what Mahatma Gandhi said, okay? The world is enough for everyone actually, but not enough for everyone's great, as mentioned by Professor Venkatesh. Can we do that to our own earth? The answer is up to us. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandip. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. And I think everybody is liking it in the means gathering. And I see that Professor Rashidul Hassan also is enjoying.
Yep.
Also, T.R. Venkatesh sir also there. He is listening silently. Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation and mentioning all the comments. And now I would like to, I think there is no question in chat box. If anybody want to question, please write in the chat box so that you can ask. If there is no question, we can go for the next speaker. Thank you, sir. We go for.
Thank you, Dr. Sandip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I would like to mention that all the speakers is not taking any honorarium, and we are organizing this free webinar, and all the support from the all the speakers, eminent speakers, they are spending their valuable times to share their views. All the participants also. So thank you all of you. Again, we are moving to next speaker. You can see my slide.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Professor Devesh Bhomik, having honors, and his discussion today is COVID, recession, and redistribution. He having honors and postgraduate of economics from Kalyani University, India, PhD from Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata, India. He was the former associate editor of Arthaviction, one of the economics journal, life member of IEA, TIAS, BEA, many organizations. He has authored not 8 books, many books, I know, it is old one, edited more than 10 books, I think, published more than 100 more than papers in national and international journals. Some of his books are essays on international money, the euro crisis and international liquidity problem, Asian economic integration, India and her own ancient international trade, international monetary system, economics of poverty, applications of economics in economics, econometric applications, studies on econometric applications, issues on tribal development, and also development issues of tribes, the lightning empowerment, gender equality development, and women empowerment. And he also working as a research professor, being honorary professor, of course, not taking any honorarium for his contribution for the development of publication and etc. So thank you, sir. The stage is yours. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Devesh Bhomik, sir. He previously former principal of one of the college of West Bengal, India. Sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
This is okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Professor Ameya Bhomik, Professor Venkatesh, Professor Hassan, Professor Dhar, Professor Yasin, and also Professor Poddar for sharing their views.
My God.
I am just presenting a discussion paper, especially on COVID recession and distribution. I want to screen share. I want to share the screen.
Yes, sir. I think you can. You can.
Yes, yes, yes.
Cannot. Madam?
Not yet, sir. I don't see the slides.
No, he cannot share, I think. Host.
Yeah.
Have to
I don't
make
know.
host, I think. Now, sir, try, sir.
Yes.
You got it. Thank you.
Just I am discussing on the topic COVID-19.
Not yet slide. I can't sleep.
Not
Please, yeah,
No.
not yet. Just maybe you can just click the share screen, please.
Is it visible?
No.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet, sir.
Have you clicked share screen, sir?
What screen?
Share screen.
Down one, sir. Green color share screen button.
Yeah, in the bottom, you can see this button, this green
Yes.
button. Yes, just click share screen and then you just choose this your file.
Sure.
Okay, it's good. Thank you.
Is it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Make full screen, sir.
Is it in full screen?
Yeah.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Just go down. There is a option button. Just click. Just little go down. So little go down. Little screen.
Where?
Down. Little down. Drag down, sir. The right button. The arrow. Control F you can press.
Control
F5.
F5.
No.
No.
Not yet. Yeah, or you can also like just click on the top
Top
in toolbar, the set up slideshow. in this your file, sir?
The setup slideshow. Oh, no.
Yeah, slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, slideshow, please. No, in the...
No, just beside review, slideshow. Top.
Yes. Yeah.
Then set up slideshow.
Stop.
No, set up.
Up. The next button, go, down, from beginning, from current slide, then present online slide, then set up slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yes.
Set up
slideshow.
Slideshow.
No.
Left.
In the left one. In the left
This
one.
is-
Yes,
this
you
is-
already.
Sir, you can select the from beginning. That would be okay. You can touch the beginning from beginning.
Yeah.
Extreme left one. Yes, click that. Click that one.
Yes.
You
Excellent.
are not visible.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. It's good.
But you are saying?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay.
Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Just I am saying something on COVID-19 and recession and redistribution. Just it is not a paper. I am just sharing my views in that way. Now, think that every dimensions and sectors of the economy has been damaged due to COVID. It's a great disaster which has created endless crisis. Healthcare system becomes surprised and helpless. This pandemic creates worldwide recession. World economy has changed structurally. Income, wealth, consumption, expenditure, production, exchange reshuffled. New analysis required for redistribution patterns. Human capital, human development indices, inequality showed in a greater distress. Technology and innovations failed to do all necessities. And in case of recession, we know from the IMF on World Economic Outlook that world economy will decline at the rate of minus 4.9%. Advanced economies will fall 8%, United States 8%, Euro area 10.2%, emerging market economies minus 3%, emerging developing Europe minus 5.8%, Latin American and Caribbeans minus 9.4%, Sub-Saharan Africa minus 3.2%, and low-income economies minus 1.0%. And this will revive in 2021. And all these figures are showing this column. In this context, we can assess that the cumulative output, which the trend line may be in that fashion, but after 1929, after 2019 to 2020, it will decrease and then upward. So that this area is the cumulative output loss, which equals $12.5 trillion US. And according to ILO, loss of 130 million full-time job in first quarter, and it will tend to 300 million in second quarter. Also, 80% of 2 million informally employed women will be jobless. And according to IMF, global trade will decline 3.5% per year, and global inflation will increase 1.2 to 4.2 due to fall in aggregate demand. So that IMF expect that there will be V-shaped recovery. And in this case, the the emerging market economies rate will be higher than the advanced economies, Even if we analyze the data of the world in case of fiscal deficit percentage of GDP and gross debt percentage of GDP, we find that world economy will be tripled in case of fiscal deficit, and it will not recover 2021, and also the gross debt percentage GDP world economy will increasing up to 2021. And a similar fashion was obtained from G20, USA, European Union, emerging market economies, low development economies, and oil countries. But oil countries is less sufferer than the other. Now, if the fiscal deficit and debt can be compared with the previous financial crisis, 2008, we find that in this diagram we find that this is the fiscal deficit, government debt, 10.5% percentage of GDP, which stood in 18.7 in the COVID regime, and in case of fiscal balance during the financial crisis, it is minus 4.9, and it will tend to minus 10. So that we can easily say that the global fiscal deficit and debt will surpass the financial crisis 2008. And this public debt can be analyzed in this diagram. In this diagram, in that fashion that before the First World War I, the debt was declining, and during the interwar period, this was cyclical fashion, and at the year 1940, it reached at the top level, where advanced economies was higher than in emerging market economies. And after then, it was falling up to near 1980, and then it is increasing but during the COVID period, it crossed the peak. Level. So that we can say that during the COVID, the debt GDP percentage will surpass the global financial crisis. Now, because the financial market in the world economy observed that there is a spike of volatility in equity market. Also, there are increasing uncertainty about credit spread, and also financial condition indices tighten, and government bond sales have dropped sharply, and bank equity prices falling after COVID-19. What about inequality? Income inequality and equality opportunities may worsen across nations, because young people unemployed will increase, college workers' job will decline, fall of employment for low-skilled workers, fall of employment of daily wage earners, and also UNDP estimates that global per capita income fall by 4%, 40 to 60 million people will fall into extreme poverty, value of job lost equal to 10 trillion US dollar, 265 million people will face hunger. ILO says more than 400 million people risk sliding into poverty because they are forced to rely on informal job. Without healthcare, 100 million people will fall into extreme poverty. A research indicates that 5 major pandemics like SARS, Guinea, MERS, Ebola, Zika in last 17 years led to increased inequality, where Guinea coefficient was increased by 1.25%, so that inequality worsened. In 2012, the top 20% accounts 47% consumption share, while bottom 20% account less than 6%, so that the gap is 41%. And after the COVID in 2025 to 26, this gap will increase to 43.5%, so that inequality will increase 2.5%. Again, a important study done by Grohet 2020, a German economist, revealed that COVID-19 is an inequality versus COVID, since COVID, that is the poorest cases of COVID attack people are 60% than in richest 35%. So that immediately we need to combat emerging disparities in health impact for COVID, which needs a policy of equal access of medical facilities. Due to COVID-19, the gender equality tends to high, since unemployment and livelihood conditions of 600 million women in India will be worse. World Bank estimates that 55% women have no health access in the world. UNDP estimates that 107 million are multidimensionally poor, who are aged more than 60 years. Even 490 million people in 70 countries will fall in multidimensional poverty, in which the increase was observed from 0.09% to 0.125%. That is, HDI, that is Human Development Index, will fall by 0.020% due to COVID, as reported by UNDP. This can be seen in this figure, that from 1990, this is the Human Development Index. But due to COVID, the Human Development Index decreased by minus 0.020%. So that human development decreases sharply due to COVID-19. What about unemployment? This is a figure of unemployment from 2000 to 2019, where this is the bottom of unemployment rate, which is more or less equal to 12%, and this will increasing continuously, and it has no sign of declining. So that due to COVID, the unemployment will not decrease recently. What is about the burden of disease? The burden of disease will increase, and which compels to low HDI and high inequality. These figures show that this is the burden of disease due to COVID-19, and after February 11, it is increasing and reached a top after April 14, and then it is decreasing with a cyclical fashion. Now, the distribution of income, can be analyzed by the study of Channing edited all in 2020, who analyzed that educational attainment and high dependence on labor income would experience enormous real income shock that jeopardize food security. Even the COVID-19 negative impact on factor distribution of income observed in mainly South Africa, especially in Ireland, from the study of Cathell et al. Find that there are improvement in market income of bottom 70%, but situation dropped in top 30%. So that income share is not as like as South Africa or other developing economies. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any question?
Yeah, Dr. Sandip, we have question on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I check.
From Dr. Let me see, Prem Adislaki. But the question may be...
that is later on, sir, madam. That one in general he asked. Event goal. On this lecture, no question, I think.
Okay, yeah, in general. Also two question on YouTube. Okay, maybe we'll...
Anybody want to any question? Otherwise, we'll move to the next speaker.
I think no.
Okay, so we are moving. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Share your views, sir. Thank you. I would like to now invite our next speaker. I would like just in brief his CV. Our next speaker is Dr. Sushanto Poddar. You can see my screen. He will speak on responsible consumption and production and industry. He will speak on his topic, but he is awarded DLIT honorary causa from United Nations University of Global Peace Foundation, affiliated to Federal Government of USA, and also PhD from Indian Institute of Engineering Science and Technology, India, and Trinity World University, UK, Overseas Territory MTech in Safety and Occupational Health Engineering from Indian Institute of Engineering Science and Technology, India. And he has also MSc in Environmental Science from University of Kalyani, West Bengal, India, and MPhil in Environmental Science from Global Open University, India, Diploma in Industrial Safety Engineering. And as I want to introduce, previously he was also served in PepsiCo and many other companies. Now he is General Manager, Environment and Sustainability, Aditya Birla Group, India. He has a vast experience of teaching of environmental science students also, and safety management, waste management, etc. So without wasting much time, I would now request Dr. Sushanto Poddar, please share your views. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Professor Poddar. So my heartful gratitude to all the organizer, and special thank to you who has invited me and giving me this platform. Anyway, so although I'm from the industry for last 15 years, the different industries and the different segments. I worked with FMCG, I worked with cements, chemicals, fertilizers, and now in the diversified business called cements and aluminum sectors. And also I associated with different universities, and I try to share my views, what I have learned in my industrial experience. So today I'll speak on the waste management, special emphasis on the biomedical waste, and in relation with our 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Just I'm sharing my slides. 1 second. So is it visible to everyone?
Yes, soon.
Yes, having.
Yeah.
Yes. You make full screen, sir?
Yes, yes. Yeah. I think now it's fine.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay, so so my topic would be on challenges and mitigation measures of waste management after post-COVID era, and with special emphasis on the biomedical waste management rules. So in India, there is a specific rules on biomedical waste management and handling rules, 2016 as amended 2018. So I'll focus on these issues because after this lockdown, I think 23rd of March, in India, Central Pollution Control Board and along with the MOEF, they have mandated something as a guideline, and they have given the inputs from the WHO, and that is also been included here. So I'll touch on, and I'll not take much time. I'll try to finish my presentation with I think 15 minutes. So already my previous speaker told about the sustainable development goals. So here you will see a different kind of pictorial view. So as I'm from the industries, so there is two part is very important. One is the input and another output. So here you'll find the first is the extraction, means extraction of the raw materials. Then we are converting in a manufacturing process, and finally we use it, and the end product is the waste. So today I'll discuss on the waste, although it's not a part of entire waste in biomedical waste this thing. And in this 17 SDG, there are 6 SDGs are there that is directly relating with the environment. So first is clean water and sanitation. Then the goal 7 is affordable and clean energy. Goal 13 is the climate actions. 14 is life below the water, and the 15 is the life on the earth. So these are 5 environmental goals are very pertinent. And in these charts, basically it's not it's a part of the aspect and impact, and there are some positive contributions, and in the below you will find the adverse impact. So today I'll touch on the the adverse impact of the waste kind of thing. Yeah. Perhaps all of you know about this disaster. This is a Bhopal gas disaster. It was happened in 2nd and 3rd of December 1984. So this is one of the biggest disaster in India, happened in 1984, and a lot of amendments happened after this disaster. So the EPA Acts, Environmental Protection Act, that was amended after 2 years of this disaster. And lot of things, lot of things introduced under this umbrella of environmental protection in 1986. And so there is a specific section, so I have mentioned here, section 10, subsection 2 under the EPA Act. So every person carrying out any industries or any operations or processes or handling any hazardous substances shall be bound to render all assistance to person empowered by the central government. So basically, whatever we are produce as a part of the industries or any kind of operations, we have to abide by the section 10 subsection 2. Even whenever I'm speaking on the biomedical waste, any organization, means even the educational sectors, mean any college or any universities, and even a school, who are having health center, primary health center or first aid facilities, so they are also coming under the purview of this biomedical waste management rules. So in India, 2016 is very important because a lot of amendments happen in the waste management. So there are different kind of waste management rules and acts you'll see in this screen. And this biomedical waste management handling rules is very important. So I'll elaborate on this thing. So there are some positive impacts. So I would like to share some facts due to this lockdown. So if you see, as our main polluting contributing factors are water, and another is the air. Obviously, waste is a third thing. So if you see, when the lockdown imposed in on 22nd of March, and after that, drastically quality of air and quality of water got changed. So there are a lot of real-time monitoring system are installed in different locations, and from there it is evident that the changes of biological oxygen demand. So basically, these are some indicators from where we can understand the quality of the potability of the water. Apart from the other parameters like TSS, COD, pH, and this thing. So the BOD level is drastically changed from 6.8 ppm to 3.8 ppm. So it's like kind of you can say a potable water. Even a lot of I think one good thing is done in the Swiss Parliament. Especially for this, carbon dioxide law. So they did some, taxes, implemented some taxes, and whenever any person is traveling, so they have to pay this much of tax to amend or to improve the environment or improve the climate projects. So that is also a very good thing. Now. So what the negative impacts after this, lockdown in India, especially. So this is, I can share, this is one kind of, mini Bhopal disaster. So it has happened just, when the lockdown was, open, and this incident was happened in Andhra Pradesh, in one of the, a company called, it's a MNC, LG Polychems. Even I have visited these industries in 2013, 2014. For one of the audit purpose. So one massive disaster was happened, and that is so after this investigation, it was noticed that there are a lot of slackness on the environmental fronts. So anyway, I'm just skipping the second slide. Next slides. The other side of the the bad impacts for this biomedical waste. There are some case study. I think it was happened in two of the hospitals in Hyderabad. So 600 kilogram of biomedical waste, nobody should be touched even again. So basically what is happening right now, so whenever any biomedical waste like, face mask or any kind of PPEs or gloves discarded after the use of the, quarantine centers or any, hospitals. So they're mixed with the other, they're mixed with another, solid waste. So that is tricky factor. So we have to taking care of this. So you can just see from this picture. So the waste are generated, and this mask or especially these PPEs are coming under the biomedical waste. So previously it was not a biomedical waste, but now after this pandemic situation, so especially the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and the CPCB, declared this waste as a biomedical waste. So the segregation and collection of the biomedical waste is one of the challenges for all of us. So if you see the magnitude of the problem, so globally in developed countries generate about approx 1 to 5 kg per bed per day. So on daily basis, on a single bed, produce 1 to 5 kg in developed countries. In developing countries like India, Bangladesh, so approx 1 to 2 kilogram of waste are generated every day per bed. So as per the WHO report, 85% of non-hazardous waste, 10% are infective waste, and 5% are non-infectious but a hazardous waste. So there is a different definitions for the hazardous waste as per the Hazardous Waste Management and Transboundary Movement Rules 2016. So this 10% infective waste are mixing with the other waste. So that is a challenge for us. So in India, local or regional level study has initiated, and it is evident that the hospitals generate roughly 1 to 2 kg per bed per day. So that is a rough estimation on daily basis. This is basically a genesis of biomedical waste management handling rules. So first it was enacted on 20th of July 1998 by Ministry of Environment Forest. Gradually it was amended in 2000, then 2003, and finally it got amended in 2016. So 2016 is the updated version, but there are few changes in the year 2018. So these are basic definitions of the biomedical waste, and the biomedical waste are coming from the it is categorized on a 3 verticals. One is the hospital waste, second is the medical waste, and third is the infectious waste. These are the main sources of the biomedical waste. The measures coming from the hospitals, labs, research centers, animal research, blood banks, nursing homes. And the minor sources are clinic, dental clinics, home care facilities, cosmetic clinics, paramedics, and even the different institutes, like any universities, any college, and even schools. They are also generating different kind of biomedical waste. So basically, first and foremost, a doctor and nurses are at the topmost of the risk factor. So there is a hierarchy of risk factor. So if we carry out the risk assessment, so doctor and nurse are the most prone to the these hazards and this risk. Then the other patients who are closely associated with the infected patients, then hospital support staff, waste collection and disposal staff, central public in the vicinity, and the overall the environment. Ultimately, what happened? So lot of waste, even the biomedical waste, are dumped into the environment without any treatment or without any secured landfilling. So I hope we can even nowadays we can see this kind of pictures. So there are a lot of biomedical waste mixed with solid waste and dumped in the in the open environment. So this is a big challenge and risk for us. So what to do with it? So first thing is a segregation. So first we have to do a proper segregation. Second point is a common biomedical waste treatment facilities. In different countries has a different rules for that biomedical waste management handling rules. But in India, in different states, they are having CBM WTF, common biomedical waste treatment facilities, where all the biomedical waste can be incinerated, autoclaved. They can finally chemically and mechanically treated, and the treated waste residue shall be finally disposed of in a secure landfill. So whenever, then here another trick is, whenever this CBM WTF collecting the waste, and they are basically incinerate these waste. So the incineration itself hazardous process, because if any one of the APC device, like air pollution control device malfunction, then there is a massive air pollutions. This is the basic concepts of the biomedical waste management. So we should not mix the infectious, means I already explained that 10% of the biomedical waste are infectious biomedical waste. So we should not mix the infectious biomedical waste in the municipal waste. Otherwise, what will happen? The entire waste lot shall become infectious. Then segregation and safe containment. And for segregation containment, there are different schedules are given. So from here, at least we can understand how we have to segregate, how we have to safely containment this biomedical waste. And processing and the storage for the final or a terminal disposal. So although this is not our responsibility as a occupier, or if we are running any academic institutes or any labs, so our first and foremost responsibility is to collect, segregate, and store this waste in a in a separate or any authorized area, from where the waste collector can collect this waste and treat this waste safely. Especially for the biomedical waste, so there are different kind of color codings are given. So whenever we are generating any kind of waste, So they are being segregated first, then they are collected, in a different, color coding containers or color coding bags. So basically, black plastic containers are for the non-infected waste, red for the infected waste, like the infected dressings or POP cast, etc. This yellow color containers for the anatomical waste, and even this yellow color container is best for this COVID-19 generated waste. Then any kind of infected plastics is coming under the blue plastics, the blue containers, and any sharp items like needles and glasses are stored in white colored plastics. And finally, they are disposed or they are disposed through deep burials or to a secure landfilling. In the left hand side, you will find that the main steps are: the first, we have to characterization of the waste. Second, the quantification. Third is the segregation. Then the storage of entire waste. Transportation. For transportation, there are several standard operating procedures. So how they transport, there is a trim card, basically transport emergency card. If anything goes wrong in the way to transportation, so at least the driver can understand what to be do, what not to be do. Okay, then the treatment, and finally the disposal. So every occupiers who are running this kind of health center or first aid center or hospitals, or they are basically responsible. Overall responsibility is lies on them. And biomedical waste shall not be mixed with the other waste, such as the municipal waste. Already I explained in my previous slides. Then there are different schedules in the rules, and based on the schedules, we have to segregate, we have to treat, and finally you have to dispose. And so as per the rules in this biomedical waste management handling rules, so if there is no common biomedical waste treatment facility within the 75 kilometer of the buffer area, then we should approach to the local authority for secure landfilling. So based on that, they will give how to do a secure landfilling. Another tricks is that we cannot authorize to store any kind of biomedical waste within 48 hours. So there is a rules given. We cannot store. For that, we have to take additional permission from the concerned authority. So why I am emphasis on the the biomedical waste management handling is 2016. So there is a specific legislations. We can say it's a contravention in Indian context. So the punishment. So if we are not abide by the laws, so the punishment may lead to the imprisonment up to 5 years with fine of 1 lakh, and for failure or continued contravention of fine, that is 5,000 per day, may be charged. And if the failure or the contravention continues beyond 1 year, the imprisonment may be extended up to 7 years. So ultimately, the responsibility lies on the occupier of the factory or occupier of the any kind of institutions. So already in my starting my presentation, I told that after lockdown, the Central Pollution Control Board has imposed some guidelines on 25th of March how to combat with this COVID-19 waste. So now what happened? This COVID-19 waste is merged with our existing biomedical waste management handling rules. So they have very nicely given a guidelines how to manage, what is the role and responsibility of every ULBs, means urban local bodies, or the authority of the hospitals or nursing homes or any institutions. So they're very clearly mentioned there. So after all, the safe and effective management of the waste is not only a legal necessity, but also a social responsibility. So although there are some rules and regulations in different countries, but as a socially we have to follow the safe and effective disposal of the hazardous waste management rules. Proper collection and segregation of the biomedical waste, that is another aspect. So if we properly collect and properly segregate, then ultimately the issue will be resolved. And another thing is to reduce the waste generation. If we can reduce the waste generation and if we can do some innovation through, recycling of the waste, I think that would be a better as a, to achieving these, 17 sustainable goals. And apart from 5 are, relating with the environment. Individual awareness and participations. And I think I would thank the organizer that they have invited me. At least I can share something on, especially on the, the impact on the biomedical waste and handling rules. Then level and hazard warning, that is another factor. So continuously we have to educate, and we have to put some pictorial views. We have to leveling the waste, because we have to aware that this is a COVID-19 waste, so we cannot touch, or we have to properly dispose it. And finally, communicate about the workplace hazards. So wherever we are working, so if there is a hazards relating with this, even we don't know, like whenever we are using the mask, and if we are suspected COVID patients, and if we are disposing the mask in like in a common sewage, or this thing, that will create a risk to the human beings, create to the risk to the entire environment. So I think I can able to finish my presentation very quickly. But anyway, thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you, Dr. Sushanta, for your nice deliberation. And I know that every day you have defined class schedule, training schedule. So only Saturday you are free, Saturday and Sunday, for sharing your views with other participants. So I have seen one participant raised hand, Mr. Itrosono Yarno. If you have any question, otherwise we will. And chat box there is no question. YouTube also there is no question still. So if there is no question, we can move to next speaker. I think no question, sir. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So, madam, we will go for the next speaker, and she is Ms. Pooja Kumar.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Yes, I just give a brief, madam.
Yeah.
Actually, Madam Pooja Kumar will speak as we are talking about the lifelong learning series and production and consumption and production and industry evolution. There is patent plays an important role. So Madam Pooja Kumar will give an experience for more than 12 years. She was actually graduated in master's degree in microbiology and in food technology from Punjabi University, Patiala, India, with gold medal. And her professional experience with various organizations in last is in patents. And he also lectures in MIT University, Delhi, I think, and Noida. And after that, she opened her own patent firm, Innovate Intellect in Delhi. And she is the director there. And she has worked in microbiology field, especially her background. So without wasting much time, madam, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I share my screen.
Yes.
So thank you, Sandeep sir, to give me a chance to speak on this intellectual property, rights. So what is intellectual property rights? So it's an intellectual property rights, a human creation, like anything you created in your mind, like sir has already told about bio-waste. Okay. So it comes an intellectual property right. It is intangible in nature. It derives from value from the derived product. Okay, so it cannot be defined by any physical parameter. There is no physical parameter to measure any intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights can be different forms, like it can be painting, it can be any process, it can be any composition, any formulations, any device. So if you have any device in your mind that you want to file a patent, you can go ahead. Okay, any formulation compositions can be also protected. And the same way, the process can also be protected in the intellectual property rights. The rights given to the person over the creation of the minds, these are the rights which are given to the author or to the inventor who had developed something. So there are different types of intellectual property right. One is trademark. Trademark is a symbol or a logo which the company want to protect. Okay, so the rights for the trademark is given for 10 years. After 10 years, you have to renew your rights. You have to renew your certificate. Next is design. Design protects the external appearance of the product. please remember that if you have any innovative design, but there is some technology in that, then you can go for patent. Otherwise, if it is only the external appearance, its external shape, you want to capture that your industrial design have unique design, so you can go for industrial design. The main office is in Calcutta, and the term period for the design is also 10 years. When you want to file a design, so what you need, you have a top figure, bottom figure. Okay, you have to submit the representations to the patent office in the form of top, bottom, right, left, and side views. So these are the views which was asked by the patent office to protect the industrial design. Next is copyright. Copyright is an artistic work. Any literary work, any artistic work, any published paper you want to go for copyright, any book you have written. So all these kind of intellectual property rights comes under copyright. The rights of the copyright is related to the age of the author plus 60 years. After that of the author also, your rights remain live. Like 60 years, you can enjoy the copyright rights. Next is patent. Patent is given for two things. One is product and second is process. If you have any innovative ideas in your mind, either it is related to product, either it is related to process, you can file under patent category. So the rights given to the patent over the creation, it's for 20 years. 20 years you can enjoy your rights. After 20 years, the rights comes in the public domain. Fine. Next is the utility model. Utility model protect the technical inventions, but for only a shorter period of time. When we file a patent in US, they have a utility model type of inventions. We protect under that inventions under utility model. But in India, there is no such word called utility model. We can protect the patent either in a product patent, either in a process patent. Next is a trade secret. Trade secret is again a very important type of intellectual property right that is related to an agreement between the two parties. Like suppose you have a Coca-Cola formula and you don't want to disclose the formula to any public or anybody. You want to keep secret. You want to keep the secret things. So you can have a trade secret between the two parties. We have a like NDA type of agreement. Or in agreement, you can have clauses of all the kinds of the secrecy, and you also have a clause of breaching the things. Like if someone breaches the things, breaches the secret, so you can file a case against that particular person against a particular court or in a particular jurisdiction. So this is the types of intellectual property right I have discussed. Now, what is a patent? Patent is a document which is issued by the patent office. It's a monopoly right given to a product and process. I already told you. The time period of the patent is 20 years. Very important question, that confined with geographical limit of a country. For example, if you filed a patent in India, so the rights remain only for India. It is not valid for world. Or you can not say my patent is protected throughout the world. So this is territorial rights. Okay, so this is important that when we file the patent in India, it protected only in India. If you want to file your patent in other countries, like you want to go for Malaysia, you want to go for China and US, then you can have two routes, one for PCT route and other is a convention country route. If you want to file your patent in one or two countries, you can choose a convention mode, okay, convention country option. And if you have 2-3 countries in your mind, like you have filed one patent in your national country, like in India or US, now you want to file the same patent application in other country like China, Japan and US. Then you have a 12 months time to file your PCT application. So the route which you have to choose is called Patent Cooperation Treaty. Okay. So, and another option, you can directly file your patent in WIPO also, World Intellectual Property Organization. The office is in Switzerland. Okay. You can directly file your PCT application in the WIPO patent office. Okay. So, and the benefit of the patent is that if you have developed any innovative pen, digital pen, what is the benefit of that patent? How you get the royalties? By selling to a company. Okay. So the benefit of the patent, when we are selling our patent, when we are selling our product to any company, in return, we get the royalties. So that is the main benefit of the patent. So it can be sold or licensed to some other companies. Now, next criteria to get the patent, what is the criteria? What are the things that you should have in your mind when you file a patent? First is novelty. The invention should be novel. It should not disclose anything in the prior art. Or I can say that there are a lot of researchers who are attending this webinar. what researchers do, what scientists do. Scientists discloses the work in the form of webinar, in the form of conference, or they can share the things already in the publications paper, like in Science Direct or Scopus. Okay, so they are impacting their novelty. So the best criteria, the patent office says, if you have discloses your work before filing a patent, you cannot get a patent on that. So beware, if you have idea in your mind, if you have certain invention in your mind, so don't disclose before file a patent. First file the patent, then you can disclose anything in anywhere in the world. Okay. Next is non-obviousness. The second important criteria to get a patent is inventive step. The invention should be technical advance. Your invention should be technical advance compared to the already prior art. If I'm saying that I have developed a foldable cage, okay, so the foldable cage already available in the market, how you can differentiate your foldable cage to the already known product? So you have to be differentiate. You have to give the efficiency. You have to give the cost-effective point of view. Say, so you have to keep so many points in your mind that how your product is differentiate from the already known products. Okay, so this is called inventive step or non-obvious in the invention. Next is industrial application. Invention can be made, used, or have some commercial value in the market. The product you want to get a patent, the three criteria is very important. It must be novel, it must have inventive step, it must have industrial application. So I have already told you product and process both can be filed in the patent office. Physical product can be filed. Okay, manufacturing of the product can be protected in the intellectual property rights. The composition and the formulation. If anybody from pharma background, anybody from MBBS background, so the device, the compositions, the formulations having in your mind can also be protected under product patent. In process patent, the way of doing something, the way of doing, you can protect under process patents. This I have taken example of Amazon now delivering the packages in South California with the robots. Now we don't have to depend on the man to have a courier. So they have a Amazon Scouts. They are the mini tank delivery system vehicles which help in sending the data, sending the products to your houses. Okay. So the light blue and black robots are available to navigate the typical neighborhoods obstructions such as trash cans, catboards, and lawn chairs. The 6-wheel battery-powered machine can't climb steps, will initially be chambered by the human employee to monitor their progress. So again, I have taken example of smart innovation. That's a nasal filter which was only of 10 rupees price. Okay, so they have developed by the IT students. IT students have developed this nasal filter, and they also have won the national award for this. So I mean to say there is no rocket science. If you have any innovations in your mind, anything which is you say the inventive step, they have some novelty, you can file a patent for that innovations. So patent office not allow everything to get a patent. There are certain exclusions also where patent office tell us if you filed a bomb, you have invented a bomb and you want to go in the patent office, you say I want to file a bomb on a patent. So patent office will not allow to file a patent on a bomb. So there under section 3 and 4, there are certain restrictions to file a patent. For example, if you have made any Bulgari machine, so it is not patentable. If you are working, if you have discovered something, okay, and you say that Pooja, I want to file a patent on this discovery. So again, according to section 3, it is not allowable by the patent office. Method of agriculture and horticulture is prohibited. You can file a device for agriculture use. You cannot file a method for agriculture and horticulture. Atomic energies, again, it's not patentable. Living things, non-living things occurring in nature is not patentable. For example, you can say, I want to file a plant, I want to file an animal. So they are not possible. You cannot file these living creatures. Mathematical and business methods are not patentable. If you have any business method, but you can go for copyright, you cannot go for patent point of view. Now, for medical point of views, if any medical, surgical, curative, prophylactic, or the treatment of human beings, okay, so these things are also not patentable under section 3I. Only if you have developed any kit, medical kit, diagnostic kit, dengue kit, malaria kit, only then they are allowed. But the process, if you say the process of curing certain disease, I have to file a patent for that. You cannot go for a process patent for the surgical, medicinal, and curative things. Now, next question arises: can software be patented? No, software will be not patented. But in US country, yes, they are patented. But in India, it is not patented. But you have developed any software which has some some novel points or some new usage, so you can go for copyright. Okay. Discovery, I've already told you, these are not patentable. If you discover something, you cannot go for to file a patent. Now the second question arises, who can file the patent application? You as alone can go and file your patent application as an individual, as an inventor. Okay. Now second, by university, any university can file the patent application on their behalf, and the legal representative can on the behalf of legal representative. Like suppose I am a registered patent agent, you can take my help to file the patent application. So these three important points which are important to file the patent jointly as a alone. There is a physical filing also and online filing also, but due to COVID situation now we have to, all the people can file the online filing process of patent. Documents required when we file the patent application, we required Form 1, we required Form 2. This is a complete description, this is a complete drafting part which include the description of the invention, which claims, which include drawings and abstract, and statement undertaking regarding Form 3. And if you are taking the help of any patent agent, then in case that you required a power of attorney, Form 26, right? Now, what are the types of patent application? We have an ordinary type of patent application. The application we file in ordinary in the Indian Patent Office, it is an ordinary patent application. We have a patent of edition. We have a patent of edition when we file the parent application. Okay. Suppose now there's some changes in the parent application. You want to go ahead with some modification in the parent application. Now, what do? You can go ahead with the patent of edition. Okay. So the priority date will be given by the parent application. Next is international application by PCT route or by conventional route. Like I already said, suppose if you have filed any patent in Malaysia, now you want to file the patent in same in India. So you can choose conventional route. Okay, so suppose you are going in one country, but now if you want to go in more than one country, you can choose the PCT route. That is called Patent Cooperation Treaty. We have more than 130 countries in that Patent Cooperation Treaty. So you have an option to choose that countries for the PCT route. Next is divisional application. Divisional application means if you have filed more than one invention in one application, like 2 or 3 inventions are combined in one patent application, the patent office will not allow to get the patent on that. So the controller will tell you to divide the application in another application. Now the organizational structure of Indian Patent Office, if you have an idea, now the question arises where I can go and file the patent application. So we have different jurisdictions. In India, we have Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Calcutta. Calcutta wing take care of the all the designs filed by the Indian entity. Okay, and if you want to file a patent, you can file in any office, Calcutta, Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai. If you want to have training programs, you want to increase your awareness in the training part in the intellectual property rights. So Nagpur is a patent information service center. So where you can get the training programs. Now, what is a provisional and complete specification? Suppose the inventor have some ideas in their mind. Okay. Now, without wasting the idea, without disclosing this something to someone, he want to protect that patent, but the work is not completed. So we have an option, we have a window to file the provisional specification. After filing the provisional specification, we get a 1 year time to complete our work. Okay, so the main priority of filing a provisional specification to secure your idea, to secure your priority date. After filing a provisional specification, you get a 1 year time to complete your work. Okay, and in case of provisional specification, you just have to write the title, you have to write the abstract and the general description of the invention. That's it. And you file the patent to the patent office. Now, what are the things when we going to file a complete specification? When you're going to file your complete specification, then your work should include title, the prior art, already prior art, background of the invention, which stated the problem to the solution, objective of the invention. You have to give the full description of the invention. Like if you are filing a patent related to device, so you have to give all the elements, how the elements are working together, the functionality, the mechanism, and you have to give a drawings also, figure 1, figure 2, figure 3. At the end, we have to include the claims. Claims are the legal protection of your invention. They are very important. So importantly, when you draft your application from any attorney, so please keep in your mind that the claim should have all the important novelty features that you want to capture in the patent. Okay. Abstract not more than 150 words. It should be the concise summary of the invention, and drawings if necessary you can include. After filing a patent, the patent published in the patent office. Okay, so the time period for every patent is the expiry of 18 months. After expiry of 18 months, every patent will be published, and online you can view your patent that this is the inventor, this is the applicant, this is the abstract. Now, if you go for early publication, you don't want to waste the time for 18-month publication. You just want ki Pooja, I want my patent as soon as possible. Then you go for early request, Form 9. So for filing a Form 9, the individual fees is 2,500 for that's a government fees. By paying the 2,500, your patent will be published within 1 month. And if the patent is from university side or from the applicant is a company, the charges for filing early publication is 12,500. Okay, so by paying the amount, your patent will be published within 1 month. After filing a publication, we have a request for examination, which is very important and very mandatory. You see, no application shall be examined unless the applicant and any other interested person make a request within the 48 months from the date of filing. If no request has been made by the applicant, the patent application will be withdrawn or abandoned. Okay, so it is important that you have to file Form 18 to evaluate your patent by the patent examiners. If you can't do this, your patent will not be examined and it will be withdrawn. So request for examination can be made in Form 18 after the publication. So again, we have expedite examination process by the patent office. You see, if you are filing a patent, in filing a patent, the applicant is a woman category. If there is one woman category as an applicant, you can go for expedite examination. Okay, so for expedite examination, the form will be included 18A. Or if you have filed a normal request for the examination like Form 18, but now you want to convert your patent application to expedite process, so you have to pay extra money for that. You have to pay extra government fee, so then only your invention will be converted to expedite examination. Now, after examination, what happened? You file the expedite examination, the examiners in the patent office will make a report of your work which you have filed in the patent office. Based on that, they will send the FER report, that is called first examination report. So the first examination report includes certain objections. For example, if you have filed a patent related to dengue, but the patent which was filed for dengue, it's a process, not a kit, not a device. So the patent office will say, according to section 3I, it is not patentable. So now what do you do? So you have to amend the claims according to that objections. So we have an open window at the time of FER, we can amend our claims. So we can amend our claims according to the patent office FER. Now what we do, we have to remove the process claims, but we have to include the diagnostic device claims so that it can be patentable. Okay, so but the diagnostic kit claims which we are including in the claims should be already in the detailed description part. So it is not that you have to include the new things in the claims, but the scope of the things which we are including in the claim should always be there in the detailed description, right? Now, again, after examination, after publication, we have a patent opposition. Like someone want to oppose your patent. Suppose Sandeep sir has filed a patent. I also filed the same patent in other country. Okay. Now, by seeing the patent, the same work I have done as the Sandeep sir has done. Sandeep sir want to oppose my patent that this patent is mine. Pooja has fraudulently taken my work. She has fraudulently taken my work and filed the patent in your own. What now Sandeep sir do? So they have two options. One is pre-grant opposition and second is post-grant opposition. In pre-grant opposition, after publication, any person can write to the patent office for pre-grant opposition. Okay. So there is no time limit. There is a form 7A that has to be included along with the fees. But after a grant, suppose my patent has been granted. Now, suddenly Sandeep sir came to know that Pooja patent that has been granted is mine work. How can she get a patent on that? And why she has not included my name in that patent? Because that work is also related to mine. And we have mutually worked on that patent. So they can file a post-grant opposition also. After the grant of patent, we get a 1 year time to file the post-grant opposition. By giving a notice to the patent office on the various grounds, they can file a post-grant opposition. Okay. Now this is the final grant. When we when the everything is okay from the patent office, examination is also okay. We have to reply the FER based on the patent office, and suppose everything is gone smoothly, the patent office will grant the certificate. This is the granted application, and patent number is 309591. And when the patent will publish, you display this kind of information on the patent office. This is application number. Application type is ordinary application. Okay, so on which date the request for exam has been filed, on publication date has been done. So all the detail you will find on the Indian Patent Office database. Now this is a procedure to obtain a patent. First, you have an idea, like any application like PCT, convention or provisional application. You file the patent application with the Indian Patent Office or either any patent office, either US or any Malaysia patent office. After expiry of 18 months, our patent will publish. And if you go for early publication, we get a patent within 1 month of time published. After that, we have to file request for examination, that is Form 18. Examination can be done by the patent examiners. They will review your patent, whether on the basis of novelty, inventive step examination, and we get the FER report from the patent office. We have to reply the response within 6 months of time. After that, we get the grant of a patent. Either patent office will grant or reject the application based on the responses we have filed. What rights patent confer on the patentee? If the patent is for process or a product, the right to prevent other from using the process, and it offer for sale of the product using the process, selling the product using the process, or importing the. It exclude other from using, selling, or importing the product. You cannot sell my product. You cannot sell my patent without my permission. Okay. When we are talking about international patent, when we file the international patent with the suppose WIPO or receiving office in India, so the same patent application will be published in the international phase also. The patent application will publish the WIPO. In WIPO, you can see your patent application. After that, you can demand for international preliminary examination, and after completing 30 or 31 months time, your application will enter into the national phase. Okay. So we have different technology transfer centers also, where they will help you in helping the technology transfer, in helping the licensing of your patent. Suppose whatever your patent you have filed, and they have a commercial value, and now you want to see what are the organizations who can help me in this technology transfer, like FIT. You can see IIT FIT, Foundation of Innovation Technology Transfer in Delhi, IIT Delhi. They help the people, they help the inventors in technology transfer. BCIL, again a Biotech Consortium of India Limited, help the inventors in technology transfer. NRDC, there are other organizations also that help the patents in technology transfer. So I covered 2 case studies. One is turmeric patent. That lot of inventors have their mind that haldi get a patent. Okay, so suppose any inventor have something in the mind related to herbal formulations. Herbal formulations, indigenous community, like tradition knowledge type of inventions. So the haldi patent, US, yes, it is true that US awarded a patent on turmeric to the University of Mississippi. But after when India, like CSR, came to know that how did US grant patent on turmeric? It is already in our Ayurveda from the past years that turmeric has a wound healing properties. So they will send a fact to the USPTO that in Ayurveda we have a lot of research on related to turmeric having a wound healing property. So how can you grant a patent on that? So therefore, the USPTO revoked the patent, stating the claims made were obvious and anticipated, and agreeing that the use of turmeric was an old art of healing wounds. So therefore, any invention which relates to traditional knowledge, so must be important that you have to prove the efficacy if you are mixing some ingredients and making one formulation, or you have to show the new property to make a patent for that type of indigenous equations or formulations. Okay.
Madam,
thank you, sir.
Okay.
So this is a valuable links. You can find your status. If you have filed a patent, you want to know the status, you can go in ipindia.nic.in. For WIPO related, PCT related invention, you can go to www.wipo.india, INT International and USPTO and GOV. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your nice elaborate lecture. And I think everybody have watching, and nobody left the meeting yet. Everybody is getting the information. And Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
No questions is there.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay.
And you can see that madam told that I have filed one patent, and that one has taken by Miss Pooja, my herself. So
No, I just take an example. Suppose if you have something in your mind, some
not yet
sometimes-
done that one.
Yes, yes.
Not yet happened. So thank you, madam, for
Thank you, sir.
the nice information. We are surely benefited. So
Okay,
without
thank you.
wasting much time, Madam Goswami, madam, so I would like to now present my slide.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Sandip.
Yes, madam. Thank you, madam. And I'm not giving any introduction. As you know, I am working in Lincoln University College from last more than 10 years, 11 years, more than 11 years. I'm here in Malaysia, and all of your support is here. So all of you are present in this event, in this platform to listen this talk on international webinar lifelong learning series we are organizing, responsible consumption and production and industry revolution 4.0. As I told one time only, and University Bengkulu, Indonesia, Professor Madam Goswami, and all the admin, the Vice Chancellor, they give the permission. Exim Bank Agricultural University, Bangladesh, Dr. Professor Rashidul Hassan, he also agreed within 1 minute. Also, Amity University partner, Dr. Professor T.R. Venkatesh, sir is also now still watching. I have seen silently watching. And within 1 minute, they give the approval and also join hand to organize this event, make it fruitful with the United Nations goal on August 2020 on responsible consumption and production. So without wasting much time, I am talking about production in new normal era. As our Vice Chancellor, all the Vice Chancellors, President Sir, and T.R. Venkatesh Sir, everybody discuss about the economics, everything. I will not discuss so much thing on economics. I will lightly discuss some things. So increasing demand for greater quantity, quality, and diversity of food. As Dr. Pranam Sir also discussed, and also our Vice Chancellor T.R. Venkatesh Sir also told that there is a, and our Professor Dr. Jansen also told that there is a demand increasing of food and etc. So food loss and waste is most important thing, that there is a also waste. Roughly 30% of the food produced worldwide is lost or wasted every year. And Professor Venkatesh Sir already showed that picture. And chronic hunger worldwide. 12.9% of the population in developing regions suffer from hunger. Food price impacts on food security and well-being. In poorer areas, people spend 50 to 80% of their income on food and highly exposed to price volatility. Because first is our, as per our need, is food, shelter, and the what we call the main thing, basic things, the clothing, etc. So food price, we have to spend first on food. Climate change, next is food system relay on to natural resources, which are extremely vulnerable to rapidly changing climatic conditions. If there is a like cyclone, typhoon, or any volcanic eruption, the food cycle has been going to disrupt. Wide scale of ecosystem change, as Dr. Jansen told already, many discussed directly, food production itself is disrupted. So what UN SDG goal told that there are 5 main areas they have discussed: sustainable sourcing, resource efficiency of products and services, materials recycling, procurement of practices, product service information, and labeling. First is sustainable sourcing. Should be integration of social, ethical, and environmental performance factors into the process of selecting suppliers. And that means that integrated ingredients, whether agricultural produce or meat or something, are framed with more than economic consideration in mind. Sustainable farmers take into account the environmental and social impact of their farming activity. That I have to take account that what can be the environmental effect if I suppose I cannot do anything when the climate I know that is going to rain come and something, I cannot do that type of harvesting in that type of time. So that thing we have to keep in mind when the farmers are doing the harvesting. Same thing when supply chain management, as our Dr. Jansen also told, and our ABM Rasul Hassan also told, supply chain management plays an important role, especially in sectors where production is mainly outsourced, such as food and clothing. As he told that Bangladesh exports the clothing, etc. to outside. Same also for India also exports many things to outside, Malaysia also, Indonesia also. So there are different locations have different variety of exports, as Dr. Jansen told. So companies must meet the growing expectation of the stakeholders to take responsibility of their suppliers, environmental, social, and ethical practices, including the customer, shareholder, employees, NGOs, trade association, labor unions, and government authorities. So all these they have to take in account before they maintain this supply chain. And so there is a resource efficiency. Next point is resource efficiency of products and services. So how this resource efficiency work? You can see that resource if not there, then production is not there. And if there is no consumption, there is no need of production. And if there is no waste prevention and there will be mismanagement, then raw material will be hampered. So as all of is integrated, you can see the production, consumption, waste prevention, as Dr. Sushanto told, waste prevention, waste management, and raw materials, all is interconnected. Dr. Jansen from agriculture, raw material, production, as told, Dr. Pranamdhar also described vividly how production is hampered during COVID, and consumption and waste production, all is resource efficiency, main thing. So using natural resources more efficiently, we have to use. We can live healthier life and save money, create job, boost our economy, and respect the limit of the planet. We cannot cut forest. We cannot waste the products of the natural resources. We cannot kill the shark. We cannot kill whale, dolphin, etc. So we should have respect, and we should not destroy the nature like that way. Resource efficiency makes economic sense. So is it clear? So it is the one basic principle that underpins the entire circular economy strategy. It is a fundamental to green growth. And using fewer resources is the most efficient manner and is to protect the environment. So we have to support the green growth. You can see next point is materials recycling. All of us know that aluminum, steel can, cardboard, glass, newspaper, plastic, bottles, all can be recyclable. So we have to force on that, recycle. And you can see that containers, we know that many containers are every day used in ships and many have been broken down during the transport, etc. So that container, after the delivery, maybe all is recycled, means all is reused, but some also abandoned. And that abandoned containers also used for making shopping malls and buildings. Many things we can make from that containers. So it is an example only. So that there is a recycle opportunity. But so buy products in a bulk or larger container, it will save. No, we cannot buy small container. We waste much, resources. So we can opt for the bulk or larger container. Use a sponge rather than disposable towels everywhere. Buy concentrates, not the dilutes. Buy fresh fruits and vegetables without packaging. Then no need of package, so there is no waste. So avoid products with excessive packaging. Repair rather than replace. If something can be repairable, please repair. Don't throw and make the like electronic gadgets. It is always happening that everybody use the, now it is very trend, use and throw. Every pen also we are using and throwing, but we can change the ink only or the refill only to make it reusable. So repair rather than replace a broken item, and donate unwanted materials to charity. Don't waste the material. You can give it to somebody. Even it is food, even it is something, we should recycle and give, books, etc. So 3R again, reuse, reduce, recycle. But that does not mean we use the biomedical waste as a recycle thing. As you can see the face masks, they are recycling, used, and the police go and catch. In different countries this happened during this COVID time because there is a production need, but production is not sufficient enough to fulfill the demand. So the people go for wrong business. And this is the waste management, biomedical waste management Dr. Sushant was telling on that aspect. Biomedical waste is recycled like this. It is not expected at all. Now, next is procurement practice. So we have to make a planning. What is the requirement for this thing? Then tender or source the thing where I can get it. Then evaluation that yes, it can be used or not. If it is okay, the quality. Then the contract. Then we manage the contract and use the material for our production. You can see the food like this dosa in Indian food. Every country available. So for this, we need these resources: the potato, onion, oil, the coconut, sugar, salt, everything, the flour. So we have to check where I can get that source. In this COVID lockdown period, many food stuffs, vegetables is not available for everybody during this lockdown, and nobody can go to market to buy the fresh foods. So they have to shift their production. They cannot do this type of dosa with all these ingredients. They have to change their recipe in the cooking. Same way, in the industry also, we are changing the production scenario. The zoo animals, they don't have food. So one zoo means animal has been slaughtered to feed others because there is a need for, the demand is there for this, what you call the procurement. The procurement is not there for the new food. So they have to use that animal to give other animal as a food. It is in Germany also, everywhere, not only in one country. So next is product service information and labeling. Without the label, customer is unknown. Social dimension or sustainability concern and organization impact on the social system within which it operates. So if I operate in food industry, I have to label as per the demand of FPO and other things. If I work in medicine industry, I have to label like that way. If it is poisonous, I have to make it red cap. If it is drinkable, I have to make it blue cap, like that. So customer access to accurate and adequate information should be there on the label. So what is this? Label may be on small pack and also the big packs. Clear? So without wasting much time, I can show this. This one is the show the announce of additional cut off failed to excite the market since it appears the production is being cut as a response to lack of market demand. It is the oil. So oil, when it is not used during the lockdown period, the petroleum is not used. So the production is no need. So they used to drill less amount of fuel. So production less, so that the fuel price may get standard, but still fuel price go down because still flight is not running. Many countries have still lockdown on. So the fuel price still go down and production less also not hampered. So there is a direct relation with consumption and production. This one is mink. You know, this mink oil is used for some medicinal and also cosmetics. Lipstick, mink lipstick. So we use as also the skin as a waterproof leather. So what happened during COVID, this mink get infected, and it has been found in Dutch and also Netherlands, Spain and Netherlands. They have found that the mink has been affected. So 1 million of the mink has been killed, and many farms have been vacated for this mink infection by the COVID. They are infecting not only mink, and they are infecting the human. They are working in the mink industry. So all these industry have been hampered, and the production has been closed. So this is the effect of COVID on production of what you call on the production side. A simple example, not only that factory, there is other things also. Like there is also the production increase in the semiconductor device, chips, etc. because the increased demand of the IT system, online systems. There is also demand increase for the mask or PPE, as I told. Then we are producing more masks. Now there is less, means less, what you call, still less people are using. In many countries, they are not using mask yet, PPE yet properly. So infection is rising. You can see this, what you call, this simple news. Even there is COVID, there is other things also. There is hunger, as all our in our dinner is discussed previously. Hunger, World Food Program in Syria, Turkey, and then Beirut explosion. All these causing hunger, and there is no food for them to take, how to call, to consume. So they cannot consume also, means they have no food, and there is production also there other side, but that production cannot reach. There is a supply chain breakdown in this situation. So how we can handle, only education may be handling this thing. So without thinking that, we may conclude that we should go ahead with education, educating the people and everybody, that how we can support the sustainable goal or reasonable consumption and production. Because sometimes I can discuss with you one thing more, that if many times, many person telling, don't buy these things because you are in COVID period. But we don't thinking that if I don't buy, that industry will hamper. Suppose one person buying capacity is Mercedes-Benz or some Porsche car. So they should go for buy that, because that industry is supporting many other things. Many other persons is depending on that production. So it is not only like, suppose I can travel by flight, the flight is closed. Many person, the production is getting hampered. The food production of flight, the what we call the food cutlery production for the flight, that production has been stopped. Cloth export has been stopped. So there are many things hampered if I don't buy. If my buying power is there, I should buy, but I should not waste. I should buy as per my optimum requirement, and that should not be wasted. If I have bought it, if I not using, I can donate it to other person who can use it, not throw and waste it. So we buy up to our expectation, means what are our need, and we use that way. So without what you call dragging my speech, I see that many persons still watching from morning. So I should tell, stay safe. You can see this, follow the golden rules, wash hand. Sorry. So wash hand, then clean your home regularly, with particularly where the places you touch. If anybody of your house is sick, please consult with the doctor, and always use soap solution and water to clean your house, means hands. Use face masks, wash your face masks. Keep social distancing, means not touch with the physical distancing, not actually social distancing. We should be connected with socially with online. And thank you, sir, all of you. And I should now like to thank all the speakers and of the sessions. Madam Goswami, want to give vote of thanks maybe?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandip. I would like to thank to all these distinguished speakers. So we had a lot of knowledge today. We got from the eight speakers, right? Seventh, and the last one, Dr. Sandip Podar. So I think we are so lucky because we joined for the good webinar, and hopefully everyone can get a lot of benefit from the knowledge that's shared by the speakers. And on behalf of the University of Bengkulu, Universitas Bengkulu, thank you very much, Dr. Sandip Podar, to invite Universitas Bengkulu, University of Bengkulu, to organize this webinar. And also, maybe we can organize another webinar. And thank you, everyone who joined from this morning until, so we have about 5 hours webinar. It's a long webinar.
Madam, all speakers are still around. Professor Venkatesh, Dr. EVM.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, okay. And then we can give
Madam,
time.
Thanks to Dr. Poddar and you and the Vice Chancellor from the Amity. This is Professor Rashidul Hassan.
Yes.
I'm really grateful to Dr. Poddar for taking the trouble to organize such a beautiful webinar. I hope it will be beneficial for the people, I believe. And in the future, we believe we will be doing more with the collaboration with Lincoln University and other partners. And with these few words, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Omio Bhumik and Dr. Poddar and the Vice Chancellor of Amity and you as well, and other speakers, Dr. Pranam Dhar and the speaker from Indonesia and other parts for such a beautiful deliberation. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rashidul.
Thank you, Professor Rashidul Hassan. And maybe we can also give time for each speaker to deliver their the greetings or something like that. Maybe Dr. Jansen, you and
no, thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you. That's all. Thank you. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Any participant want to tell anything? Devesh sir? Sir, unmute.
Okay, please, anyone who want to say something to the speakers, please go ahead. Please unmute with your microphone, please. No?
Devesh sir, I want to unmute, I think. Sir, can unmute. Sir, tell anything. Devesh sir, you want to tell something?
Yes, but
please.
Thank you from my side to Lincoln University for enriched deliberations and the motto of the programs, which can help to the researchers as well as students as well as policymakers also.
Thank you, sir. So any participant want to share anything from MET? Okay, madam. So nobody is there. So I want to thank again University of Bengkulu and you especially to give the support of Zoom and YouTube also for organizing this event and also spending time. I know that you are in now Patpitulai as you are Vice Rector of Patpitulai University now. Today you are in Patpitulai University.
No, I'm at University of Bengkulu right now.
Oh, you told that you are in Patpitulai?
Yes, yesterday I went there. And last night I arrived in Bengkulu, and today I'm in Bengkulu at the University of Bengkulu.
Okay. And thank you, Dr. Jansen.
Thank you, Dr. Sanip.
Pranam Dhar, sir. Thank you, Dr. Devesh, sir. ABM Rashidul Hassan, sir, for...
we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Nice to you, sir. And Dr. Professor T.R. Venkatesh,
Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you, sir, for always being present from morning to evening. Thank you, sir. great support for us. And we should learn this thing from the all the participants mainly who are from morning. They are still around. More than 90% they are still around. You can see. Even we have given the certificate link. That does not matter. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you, everyone.
Thank you. Anybody don't get the certificate within 2-3 days, please contact with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful weekend. Stay
Within
safe.
2-3 days,
Okay.
you will get the certificate.
Okay. See you all. Bye bye.
Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, you're most welcome, Dr. Sandip. Okay. Yeah. Have a wonderful weekend to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.